Welcome to you all, heritage heroes and heritage lovers. What an emotion for all of us from the Europa Nostra team, that beginning of a summit and the Excellence Fair, Heritage Excellence Fair, to see you all coming, from all parts of Europe and getting together for this day of celebration of heritage excellence. I am speaking here not just about on behalf of Europa Nostra. I'm speaking also on behalf of two fundamental partners. Without them, we would not be here. First of all, of course, our Czech partners. Petr Svoboda, council member of Europa Nostra, and the person who has taken on his shoulder the very challenging task to coordinate our representation here in this incredible heritage country, the Czech Republic. And without Petr and a wonderful team that he has set up around him, we would not be able to compose such a wonderful program and to welcome you in also such extraordinary venues. So thank you, dear Petr, to you and to all partners, the Czech Ministry of Culture. They are also, I think, putting this place and also at our disposal. The city Praha won, the city of Prague, so a number of Czech organizations. And as Elena said, wonderful. Prague is the city of bridges, and that's all about Europa Nostra's mission, building bridges in Europe, but it's also the city of music. So being here, starting the day with music, and in this, in fact, a wonderful example of adaptive reuse, a former church that is now the museum, the Czech Museum of Music, is a wonderful location for our inspiring exchanging of today. I said I'm speaking, so absolutely. And of course, the Czech Republic also task of being the presidency of the European Union, and we are very, very honored that the whole summit is part of the official program of the Czech presidency. I said that I'm speaking on behalf of several people. I'm definitely, it's a great honor to also greet you on behalf of the European Commission. Without the European Commission, we would also not be what we are now, and this whole award scheme would not be as well known as it is. And Catherine Magnan, our dear colleague and friend, who is the head of a unit for cultural policy at the Directorate General for Education and Culture, is with us, and she will. So, Catherine, just stand up. A big applause to you, your team, and the European Commission. We are all facing very, very challenging times. Reason more why we have to, the European family has to come even closer together. And all of you in particular, welcome to the winners of this year's awards. So we always say all members of our big European family are very dear to us, but somehow you, the laureates of our awards, you have a very, very special place in that big family. And so we look forward to hearing about your extraordinary achievements and sort of make the celebration of skills, determination, talent, heart, passion for cultural heritage. We need that because it will give us our hope. And I hope you will all you would allow me to greet in particularly our winners from Ukraine. And we think it's wonderful that you are with us. We have two winners from Ukraine, and we think that this picture that we have put on the cover of this publication that I hope you have all got. I was just talking with Bertrand de Feydeau, who is the president of the jury. We think that this is for us the allegory of peace. an aspiration for peace, serenity, and sort of resilience to prevail in more darkest and more biggest challenges that Europe is facing and Ukraine is facing today. So this is all, I think, an inspiration and a guiding motto, I hope, for all the conversations that we will have in Prague during these 3 days. And the last thank you that I want to give, I already mentioned Bertrand de Feydeau, who is the president of the jury, but behind him, please, Bertrand, stand up. But you are never alone, of course. If you have a president, you have to have the members of the jury. I want to invite all the members of the jury who are here to stand up. Not all of them are here. Maciej, Joanna, Jermina, Eugen, Harry, Sabine, Yeah. So they're here, and also, of course, before the jury had the difficult task to make a decision on the 30 winners, we also had a large group of people who worked in selection committees, and I want also to greet them and to thank them, because this is a very big task and very challenging task to sort of boil down the number of applications to 60, I think that was their task, and then we got to 30. So that's all for me. I really wish you a wonderfully enriching, inspiring, not only day to day, but all these 3 days in Prague.
Thank you, Sneska, for setting the right tone to the event. I invite now the moderator and the panelists of the first session on stage. Maybe we can show the slide with their names. It's, here they are. So the moderator, Eugen, Vaida, you can come all together so that we do it quickly. And then the representatives from Aachen Battery, the monument of Episkopi and Sikinos, Atlungstad Distillery, Convent of the Capuchos, Sintra, the House of Religious Freedom, and St. Andrew's Church. So you can take a seat wherever you want. It's free sitting where you prefer. So while they are taking their seats, I just would like to explain how it works today. As you have seen from the program, we have 5 panels. Each of them moderated by a member of the jury, and the thematic groups reflect some of the priority areas of the contemporary heritage practice in Europe. So the first one will be on quality principles for heritage interventions. It will be moderated by Eugen Vaida. He is the chair of the selection committee, Heritage Champions, and also a member of the jury. So, Eugen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll make it quick, because I understand we have very little time. So I just want in the introduction speech to say that quality means a lot for European heritage and values, because sometimes heritage can be destroyed by bombs, but sometimes it also can be destroyed by poor restoration. And that's why we agreed to give such an important space and to start with this, I think. And we are really happy that we have the quality principle of restoration with EU funds, which is available and for all the restoration, and important for all restoration, not just the ones for EU-funded projects. There are new principles beyond the ones which we have in the international charters, and here we have a series of 6 very good projects, and they can be maybe scaled up. I think this document, which we are all talking about, the quality principles, which was done by ICOMOS together with the European Commission, I think it's a little bit lacking on examples, and I think can be added later on, it can be extended with some good examples like we see here, 6 of them, but not just. Europa Nostra is awarding each year these exemplary projects. So enough for now. I think we'll just start giving the floor to the laureates. As you may have noticed, not all of the projects which won a conservation section are now here because we tried to rearrange the sections. Some of them are in the sustainable and climate change section, and they're important also for that one. So the sections are arranged according to the criteria approximately which we had in our judgment and evaluation in the jury. So for now I want to give the floor to Elisabeth Lehouck from the Aachen Battery project in Belgium, which is a very well done project for conservation but also adaptive reuse, because this is what heritage keeps alive. 5 minutes, I'll be the one with the gong.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Elisabeth from aNNo Architecten. Does it work? I just have to press it, right? This one, okay. The Aachen Battery is a very unique piece of European heritage that has been restored and brought back to life. The project mainly consists of about 3 tasks: making the bunkers accessible for the public, designing a new trail that everyone could use, and telling the story of World War I. But first of all, what is exactly a battery? It's an artillery emplacement. They are the central features of a battery, which also includes flanking observation bunkers. The Aachen Battery is the only one in its kind that is still in good shape. Unique and genuine relics of the royal military and cultural heritage still remain there. They give the visitors an improved and overall experience, and they provide us with plenty of creative inspiration. In this project, what is built today is not a replica of what once stood there. Rather, it is an expression of the spirit of its time and location, crafted with deep respect for the past and the natural environment. Because of the significant impact on the valuable landscape and the amount of information lost, a material technical restoration that returns to its original construction era, like we see here, is not an option. We applied a gentle approach to the bunker restoration, prolonging its lifespan while preserving its history, including signs of wear and tear. Waterproofing bunker roofs, fixing ceilings, and mending ventilation openings are all top priorities to ensure the safety of the visitors. The challenge of Battery Aachen site was not only the restoration of the bunkers and all other artifacts within the site, but also the connecting of these pieces in a logical manner and accessible manner. When we arrived at the location, a diverse range of materials made up the trail which led nowhere. Due to the story's incoherence, the story of the First World War never fully emerged. Because of the unique topography of the dunes, it's not possible to just cut through this valuable natural region as depicted on the model. From the beginning of the design process, we included Inter, an accessibility expertise center along with the Agency for Nature and Forests, the Agency for Heritage, and so on, to create a path that integrates in well with the landscape and is accessible with assistance. While the work, I'm a bit too far. While the works were being executed, several discoveries of underground artifacts required more design research. For instance, with the aid of Dovo, multiple explosives were securely removed from the site. The assumed base of a telemeter, equipment used to locate the positions of ships, was uncovered.
1 minute.
And the tunnel became a path that preserved as many artifacts as possible. On top of that, Exponenza's meticulous scenography, developed in tandem with the Atlantical Ravesida domain, reveals the stories of the First World War along the coast. The redesigned museum point gives a curious and overview of what happened during that time. Just as concrete bunkers overtook the landscape, the concrete wall of the museum embodies an invasion into the architecture. An interesting detail, in the context of Beaufort, the former lightkeeper house, we turned it into a canvas for Lily van der Stokker's green checkered house. Bastien's fibered outside paintings of the house and the allied innovation known as Wessel Dazzle served as an inspiration to us. Models of concrete can be touched and felt and help with the interpretation of memory relocation. The one-to-one scale model of the cannon and its shield is particularly striking. Visitors can get a feel for the enormity of the cannon. The concrete bench brought back to serve as a remembrance of the bench that stood in front of the royal chalet. In a new underground building that was designed to reflect the original barracks, one may get a feel for what life was like for the Marines stationed there. The collective effort has produced a seamless totality where the past may once again be read in its full context. Therefore, I want to express my gratitude to everyone who played a role in making the realization of the Aachen Battery project possible. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and please visit Battery Aachen.
Thank you, Elisabeth. We are going forward with quite speed. I would like to take at the end some discussions issues. Maybe we can involve also some questions. But on the time which you're going over, the 5 minutes, we'll taking from the others. So please hurry on the middle of the presentation if you see that it's not going so well. So for the next one, it's a very sensitive restoration and conservation project in Sikinos. From Greece, they transformed one, at some point, a Roman mausoleum into a Byzantine church, and the restoration was carried out by an expert team. I invite Demetrios Athanasoulis for showing us also, I hope he also presents the archaeological research. It's quite an issue there.
Good morning. Sikinos is a small, remote island in the middle of the Aegean Sea. Although it belongs to the Cyclades, one of the most touristic destinations in Europe, Sikinos has so far preserved its unique character as it has spared from overdevelopment in the name of tourism. Access to the beautiful island is difficult, requiring a 12-hour boat journey, and the 200 permanent inhabitants survive in very difficult conditions. There, in an unspoiled, typically Cycladic landscape, rises the ancient monument of Episkopi, created on the verge of late antiquity in a period of change and transformation. The monument seems to have always been treated with respect as it has maintained its original form. Around the year 200 AD, built as an impressive mausoleum disproportionate to the size of the island, The monument bears the form of an ancient temple. The building has converted into a Byzantine church in the 8th century and has survived standing until today. Dedicated to the Virgin Mary, the church became the focus of the religious life of the Sicinians and has been the symbol of their collective identity for 18 centuries. When the Ephorate of Antiquities of Cyclades, the regional service of the Greek Ministry of Culture and Sports, began its restoration, the monument had been inaccessible for half a century due to fear of collapse. The implementation of the project of this restoration aimed at preserving the monument's authenticity, limiting the impact of interventions to the minimum. At the same time, all traces of its history were equally highlighted, including those revealed via meticulous procedure of research, such as unknown inscriptions, Roman and Byzantine paintings, and an undisturbed burial. The unexpected excavation of the tomb of a rich upper-class lady brought to light the person in whose memory the mausoleum has been built. Her name was Nico, as revealed by an inscription, and her burial had unusual features, revealing a ritual of necrophobic superstition. During this project, the diverse building history of the monument was documented. Extensive interventions to observe Christian ritual needs left marks from at least 2 major medieval phases. One dates as early as the 8th century, during the turbulent iconoclast era, as indicated by the Byzantine sculptures decorated with crosses. Later, when the original vaulting collapsed, a new barrel vault was built, without altering the ancient building shell. Byzantine frescoes covered the walls. In fact, the medieval form of Episkopi is roughly reproduced in other churches of the island, confirming the enduring symbolic character of this iconic building for the community of the island. The present fort of the monument, with the domed cross-shaped vaulting, dates back to the 17th century. The impressive wood-carved iconostasis from this phase has been restored and placed in its original position. The restoration of the Episkopi of Sikinos is dedicated to preserving a monument that embodies 2 millennia of Greek history. Its cultural diversity, exceptionally manifested in the core of the monument, is a unique testimony of respect to the classical heritage and its integration in the Byzantine tradition.
1 minute, Demetrios.
Thank you. The monument states with clarity the need of people throughout the centuries to constantly connect their present to their past. A sacred landmark and at the same time a nucleus of ancestral pride. In the presence of the President of the Hellenic Republic, the people of Sikinos welcomed with enthusiasm and with a great celebration the completion of the works, the opening of the monument to the public, and the revival of its religious use. The Ephorate of Antiquities of the Cyclades bestowed on the Sicinians the material expression of their identity, as well as a valuable resource that will contribute to the sustainable development and therefore to the survival of this small island community. At the same time, since the historical narrative of the monument exceeds the national boundaries of Greece, we added a small but iconic tile of the diverse mosaic of the European culture. Thank you.
We see that sometimes quality is not just about technological or technical issues. Sometimes it's also about the sustainability of involving the local community, and assuming this space. This is very important, which sometimes lacks in many of the projects. So we are going now ahead, going to Norway, the Atlungstad Distillery, which is an exemplary model of how you can actually keep the original function of a building and continue for tens of years the activities. I'll invite Andrea Jervidalo, the CEO of Atlungstad Brenneri, to explain and to show us what also maybe a little about the business model which worked there.
Hello, my name is Andrea and I'm the CEO of Athlungstad Distillery. During the last year we have this digital project we used in documenting the history and a project for the last 10 years of restoring Atlungstad. So we made this short film that will explain our project better in 3 minutes than I will be able to do in 5 minutes. So I will show you the movie.
Atlungstad Distillery, a cultural experience center where history and our cultural heritage interact with food and drink experiences. Come join us for exhibitions, concerts and theatre performances in the heart of a distillery that has been running for several generations. In 1855, Atlungstad Distillery was established, which was the start of a completely unique chapter in the history of Norwegian distilleries and industry.
I would say that the distillery at Atlungstad has a unique position. First of all, you have all the agricultural farmland around who produces absolutely superb potatoes, and you have plenty of water.
For over 150 years, production has been kept going here, more or less continuously, right up until the closure in 2008, which left Atlungstad Distillery in danger of decay.
The Riksantikvar Jørn Holme, he was quite interested in having a look at it, so he fell completely. So we ended up quite a lot of money in order to save it. One of the important groups were the friends of the distillery, and they're mainly farmers. The farmers are extremely useful people, they're very practical. so we've been extremely lucky in making the whole place up.
From 2014, the Golden Atlungstad Aquavit is back in production. Once a year, potato spirits are still burned on the historic production line here at Atlungstad.
In order to be able to produce good aquavits, we shouldn't experiment too much. We should go back to the genuine old way of making aquavit, so we don't do any shortcuts.
In the restoration process, a new quay was constructed by local carpenters. Rebuilt at its old location, the quay accommodates the historic paddle steamer Skibladner. In 2019, the Atlungstad Distillery was given protected status by the Norwegian Directorate for Cultural Heritage. We have been able to preserve through use. We still produce up to 20,000 liters of raw alcohol annually, done the traditional way.
This is now the only one we have in Norway that actually distill potatoes in this way. All the others have gone.
Atlungstad is a thriving museum offering cultural and culinary experiences, making this wonderful area available to new generations.
I think a setup like this will actually also intrigue and get the younger generation to be interested in coming.
Thank you. Thank you. We call this a project, but this is just a start, just the beginning. We are obligated to keep the history and spread the history and learn new generations about the history not only of Atlungstad Distillery, but the whole industry and all the Norwegian distilleries. So we have just started and we will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. From Norway we are going to Portugal, to the Convent of the Capuchos, which is a very remote place, monastery, and which got some quite difficulties to bring the materials there. But it's a very sensitive and it keeps the principle of minimum restoration and reusing old materials, the tiles and everything else. We really appreciated this aspect of the intervention. So I invite now João Sousa Rego, is the technical director for Built Heritage at Parques de Sinistra.
Thank you very much. Good morning. This is the convent after the rehabilitation. The convent of Capuchos is a monument located in a hidden and inhospitable place, partially excavated in a rock, surrounded by a native forest and inserted in cultural landscape of Sintra, classified by UNESCO. The convent of Capuchos underwent several interventions over the time, but there were also phases of abandonment and a total absence of maintenance actions. The convent, which was founded in 1560, is a symbol of poverty and reclusion, and it was inhabited by Franciscan friars until 1834. There were several challenges concerning the compatibility between old and new materials, as well as a transition to the new infrastructure needed to open to visitors and adapt to the new functions. It required an effort from the whole team to reflect and find innovative solutions, such as the scenic lighting. The preparation and development of the restoration project involved several intervening parties from different areas, requiring deep reflection on all the variables involved. Part of this preparation included the definition of a charter of principles. These principles made it possible at any stage of the work to make a quick and current decision for the benefit of the whole intervention. All aspects of the research, such as historical and archaeological characterization of materials and their state of conservation, allowed a full of understanding of the building. Different on-site specialities were included, especially in rehabilitation of the roofs, the walls, infrastructure, and structural reinforcements. Okay. The overall restoration project aimed to correct all the pathologies found that compromised the structure and the authenticity of the monument, to preserve its true essence while adapting to the requirements for opening to the needs of visitors. The intervention occurred during the pandemic period, which brought numbers of challenges. However, it was also an opportunity that allowed a deeper understanding of the monument, as well as a detailed and focused follow-up of all the interventions. A campaign was carried out to characterize decorative elements such as mortars, plasters, and coating. It is known, for example, that the grey color of the walls was given using charcoal. The conservation intervention recovered the traditional methods, promoting the training of the teams involved and keeping alive these traditional techniques. Through a multidisciplinary team, including archaeologists, architects, art historians, conservators, engineers and landscape architects, among the others, it was possible to ensure the monitoring of numbers of specialities from the project phase, during it and after the intervention. And I would like to honor the team that is now currently ensuring the maintain of the convent through a monuments management plan. I'd like to thank your attention, and I would like to ask you to visit the convent in Sintra. You will be very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, João. From Portugal, we are now moving ahead to Romania, to a very dear project to me, done by some experts together with the Archbishop of the Unitarian Church, which is actually the former head of the bishop. I invite now Arpad Furu. He's the Architectural and Heritage Counselor of the Hungarian Unitarian Church. Arpad was all involved in another project which won an Europa Nostra award 20 years ago, so we are very happy to have him again here. And I would ask him also to focus on the economic model of this project, which this was the trigger of the project actually. They made this space alive and it works and it's financially sustainable. Maybe this can be a model for many other projects, which is so rare.
Respectful greetings for everybody. 5 minutes, mission impossible, but let's try. House of Religious Freedom, located in Transylvania, Kolozsvár, Cluj, one of the oldest houses of the city. That means 15th century. It used to be the residency of the Unitarian bishops, and in 2009 it entered restoration, being badly damaged, as you can see. There was a very extensive research carried out, discovering extremely interesting things about the past of the city, about the house, about architecture, history, a lot of archaeology, managing to go through different phases of it. As a consequence, the church decided that such a building must be shared with the public. There was a very serious discussion what to do with it. It was decided that it will be a kind of a cultural embassy of the Unitarian Church for non-Unitarians. The name of the house, House of Religious Freedom, actually makes the connection to the most important value brought by the Unitarian Church to the history of Europe, the first law on religious freedom issued in 1568. The architectural functions are very complex. There is a conference center, there are museum spaces and exhibition spaces, there is a research center for interreligious studies, and absolutely it was a need for business areas, a restaurant, a bookshop, and accommodation, all together hoping to bring the house to a sustainable future. Now, the restoration, obviously it was a complex process. We had to go through very many phases, structural works, the restoration of foundations. There was a need for certain replacement of elevation walls. Each centimeter of vaulting and walls had to be restored using traditional methods and technologies. Just have a look on that crack. This is what the house looked like. Seriously big cracks had to be put together with traditional methods and some metal reinforcement. Roof had to be restored, and there was introduced a dismountable, reversible slab into it, so to accommodate the accommodation functions. Very challenging task was to open up these wonderful twin arches from the gateway. In order to do that, when it was built, it was one floor, and then several floors came, so a serious extra load. So we had to insert some metal beams to it, but also the stonework had to be restored very carefully. Vertical circulation stairs, medieval stairs of the basement and of the first floor had to be rebuilt to make us, give us a chance to meet old style staircases. Then restoration of surfaces. Stone restoration was extremely important, as it was one of the largest surface in the house, but also the medieval renders, 800 years old renders, plus floors, timberwork, plasterwork had to be restored. The new design was contemporary design, using a lot of light to make the house live. There were created 3 exhibitions on the painting collection of the Unitarian Church, on the ecclesiastic art collection of the Unitarian Church, and on the archaeological artifacts of the house. And now the result, the opening in 2018. As we go through the house, we see lots of medieval surfaces carefully restored, these wonderful arches being presented. The renders are there from the very beginning of the house in the cellar. Plus, there are the interiors combining contemporary design and historic artifacts together. The new staircase of the house can be seen. The archaeological exhibition is visible right here. The conference center with the portraits of former bishops and other benefactors of the church, plus the artistic representation of the churches from the bishopry. The Museum for Ecclesiastic Design is here, and the offices for the research center, accommodation in the roof and in the attic, a restaurant on the first floor, the business areas, and the bookshop. And what we are extremely happy about, that there is a very vivid, very lively cultural life in the house, starting from 2018, concerts, conferences, guided tours, theater, museology representation for young children, theater, and other cultural events are organized in the house. It's a meeting point for the Cluj people. It's a place to share culture, a place to have inter-religious and inter-ethnic dialogue. And it's very nice to see that the Cluj people meet their past by seeing how a medieval house in Cluj would have looked like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arpad. I would also like to use the opportunity to salute the Bishop of the Unitarian Church, which sits near to you. We'd like to see more beneficiaries which are working together with the expert teams to come to join our galas, also maybe in the next years. From Cluj, now we go to the Ukraine. I invite Natalia Timoshenko, the senior interpreter of the International Cooperation Center. That's a symbolic church. You will see images. You'll recognize it right away. We appreciate the research part of this project. It was an extended research, and now I'll invite her to show us the results.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. St. Andrew's Church is one of the brightest monuments of the Baroque era in Ukraine and one of the symbols of historic ensemble of Kiev. It was created by local and foreign craftsmen in the middle of the 18th century and is consecrated in honor of Apostle Andrew I's cult. The monument is of national significance as a landmark of cultural heritage. The church occupies an extremely difficult location. It stands on a hill that is washed out by groundwater. The movement of soil of the unprotected hill constituted a threat to the safety of the church building. The project is the most grand scale in the history of the site. It lasted for 12 years. The aim of the project was to minimize the negative impact of natural factors on the church preservation and its historical environment, and to implement a complex of repair restoration work on the basis of modern scientific and technical achievements. The main targets were to strengthen the hill, to repair and restore the church structure, facades, interior, as well as engineering network reconstructions. In the first instance, measures to strengthen the hill were implemented step by step using modern construction technologies. 85 board piles and a drainage system were equipped at the foot of the hill, and 259 jet columns and retaining reinforced concrete walls in the Parvis area. To fix the soil, which began to wash out and slide, the workers drilled about 50 anchors, leveled the geometry of the slope, laid drainage geogrids, added loam and chernozem, and laid sod. Corresponding to the architect's original idea, overgrowth on the slope was cleared away, opening opening up a panoramic view of the river Dnieper Valley at the left bank of Kiev. I will show this beautiful view at the last slide. The church structure was strengthened with the use of jet grounding technology and construction of a concrete support room to increase the stability of the church podium. The Parques and the stylobed part of the church were waterproofed. The stylobed walls were reinforced with a metal belt and surrounded by a fence. The drainage, sewage and heat supply networks were updated. The next stage was devoted to the facades of the church. Yellow bricks from dismantled old buildings were used for restoration of the masonry. During plaster and painting works, parts of the stucco molding of 4 decorative towers, just destroyed by 60%, were recreated. The gilded metal decorum facade was cleared and protected. Architectural and decorative lighting was equipped, etc. The challenge for modern construction technologies was not to violate the historical authenticity and integrity of the object. For instance, there was a replacement of the vestibule of the 1950s of Soviet times, and with the new doors made of oak, just as it was in 18th century, using the cast iron hinges and hooks from the original doors. And the last part of the project was connected with the interior of the church. A diversity of modeling on the walls turned out the plastering and painting activities into really delicate work. Inside the church, the original 18th century wall colors were recovered. The main decoration of the church is a 22-meter iconostasis with 39 original icons of the 18th century. It was strengthened, cleaned, treated with special substances. Archival and iconographic research made it possible to determine the correct placement of icons in the iconostasis. After its thorough restoration, St. Andrew's Church now functions as a museum and hosts church services, scientific and educational events, and chamber music concerts. The achieved goals of the project offer visitors the possibility to experience the 18th century interior as it was envisioned by the church architect Rastrelli in 18th century. The project is the first in the history of St. Andrew's Church complex repair and restoration work, and it is the first time in Ukrainian practice strengthening the hill and foundation in the historical environment. The successful experience of the project realization is one of the positive examples of compliance with the quality principles for heritage interventions in the context of cultural heritage preservation in Ukraine and in the world. And as I promised, panoramic view on the left bank of Kiev. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Natalia. It was quite a complex project, as you saw, and I'm sure there were many big challenges, not just on restoration, but also structural interventions, which we saw. So now we still have 10 minutes, which I would like to use for a small discussion among the laureates, but also with you. There are many principles which we have in the charters and now in the EU quality funded document, and where we intersect a lot. And an issue which I want to raise, which puts a lot of problems, I would like to ask you, each of you, for maybe 1-2 minutes to see what the challenges have been to keep the authenticity, which is a main issue, which is maybe the biggest challenge which we see not just in Eastern Europe funded project, but also in the Central and Western ones. I would like to ask you what the challenges have been, because authenticity is very much connected to the training issue, to the materials, to recycling materials like we saw in the Ukraine with the bricks, to also research a lot, and to revival of traditional crafts. And of course, we also should use contemporary methodologies and techniques which are compatible with the old materials. So I would like to ask first Elisabeth what the challenges have been in this respect. If you know, maybe you are not really the experts which were technically working there, but maybe you know a few issues which you counterfeited.
I started in this job in February this year, so I have not been a part of the restoration project. But I can say something about the reuse, because when we are opening a place for new people, showing the historical ground. Nowadays there are we have to, how can I say this? We need elevators, we need air and all of that stuff, and also there's the crisis of the electricity in Europe right now. It's difficult to use the old place in the new requirements for people. I don't know if that's the answer for your question.
Yes, we understand that it's always a challenge between using the space in another way as it was used before, and it puts a lot of problems. Yeah. But in your case, I think you kept this was appreciated, you kept everything which was historical substances and just extended it in a very modern way, which was one of the principles of the quality principles document of the EU. So this was really much appreciated.
Yes.
Okay, so Demetrios, that was also a big issue for the church in Sikinos. It was quite sensitive, very small structural interventions. How did you put back the stones there? Did you use stonemasons, or was it just the archaeologists and the restorers which were allowed to work on the site?
Yeah, fortunately, the Ephorate of Antiquities of Cyclade has a very experienced team of restorers, of conservators. So we have all the skills to make there a very difficult job, because we had to deal with a monument which is a palimpsest, an amalgam of different phases, and we wanted to keep all these phases clear and for the public to understand the history of the monument. So we had, for example, too many architectural members of the original phase of the building as a mausoleum, but we shouldn't put everything on the monument, because we had to demolish the medieval phases of the monument. So it was a challenge for us to combine all these material in order to offer to the public a monument which has its history, which is extremely unique, and it is extremely connected with the local community of the island, because they see the Episkopi of Sikinos as a part of their identity. For them, it was very important to give them back after a half of century. During this period, the monument was closed.
Yes. Arpad, I know the project, I have seen it. We were reading very carefully the abstract, and we were very interested where you find all these traditional materials which you have used there, from lime to tiles to bricks, stones and so on. How is it in Romania? I know a little bit, of course, but maybe you can tell us more what the challenges have been.
Well, of course there were challenges, but we are fortunate because there is a very nice 20 years of past for training courses in Romania, also known for Europe and Austria. So we have not too many, but at least we have professionals. So our task was to find them and to make them interested in the house, which was again fortunate, because the house offered so many things that our colleagues were highly interested to work. Obviously, one of the important challenges was financing. In the beginning, there was no financing behind the project, and actually we managed to transform this fortune to fortune, because this offered us a very long time, and fortunately the church had patience. Those who wanted to see the project had patience, that our colleagues were working slowly and excavated all that very interesting past that is behind the house, and so all the thoughts had the time to sort of grow and be mature. And this way we we were able to reach this project. So, and also, let me tell you that there were people coming to the site and learning there from trainers how to do vault restoration, how to do repairs of cracks on the spot together with the team of architects to whom, and the whole team of restorers to whom I would like to say a very warm thank you.
Very well. I know very well the summer schools which we have also in Bonsida, and we also fund from on behalf of the Order of Architects. So you have quite a few resources. I would like also to ask Elisabeth how it was with the challenges in the Aachen Battery.
Well, it was. The challenges were mainly to keep all the layers of history. Also, it's decay for us, and also the line between the safety of the visitors versus the bunkers itself, because sometimes it was like how we can preserve those bunkers without losing all the stories behind it, all the history. And sometimes it was a difficult discussion with a nice result, because it was a very mutual effort of different instances, like the Agency of Heritage, Agency of Forests, Nature and Forests, and the accessibility advisor, because it's a very unique environment as well. You are at the coast, you are dealing with salts in concrete and things like that. So it's a very challenging part of.
Yes, thanks God that ICOMOS did a great research about healing of concrete, and it's a very important project. They can use that. They came with some solutions with self-healing of concrete, getting out the salt of it, and I think you should get in contact with the team which worked there, because they are really nice solutions. I would also like, João, what the financial challenges have been, because you had quite a small budget there related to what you have done. How did you manage to do all these things there, and actually to make the building to look as before, but putting it safe and making everything work and actually conserving it rather than restoring it?
Yes, we are talking about a very small convent in the middle of the forest with no electricity, and we had a little research before we start the project, so it was very demanding. We need to make the huge effort to research, to know how was the convent through the years and which changes the convent had, and we made a big research on the materials before the intervention and before the project. We analyzed the different materials that we have in the convent. Then we presented here the principles charters. So we defined principles of intervention before the project, and these principles gave us a great opportunity to, in the different phases in a project, had a definition that has to be coherent with our previous decision that we wanted to the convent to look like an old convent and not a new one. So we didn't want to have a huge difference between before the restoration and after the restoration. So this and during the rehabilitation phase, we had moments that we stopped the phase of rehabilitation and we made research for the future, because we had to take out some roofs so we could see parts of the convent that no one can see during the convent periods. So we took pictures, we analyzed that, and we started to work to how we're going to maintain the convent in the future, how we want to do not have this type of the intervention in the future, how can we do it? And we could, after the restoration phase, we made a maintenance plan that is helping us through the years, through the months, work out to try to maintain the convent. The finance question, I work in a public company that can actually finance from the revenues from the tourism. So at that time, we could have the finance necessary to restore the convent.
Not just, also maintenance is very important, because many projects, they're just allocating funds for restoration conservation and not having a maintenance and monitoring plan for many years, so there is no money afterwards for the degradation which appear.
Yes.
So I would like now to go on, because we have very little time, also to Natalia, to ask what the challenges have been between doing the structural intervention, because they were quite big there, and what got lost from the historical materials. What was the compromise? Do you know what the challenges have been in the structural interventions?
Well, there were difficulties on each stage, and structural interventions, yes, it was solved by using these bricks from dismantled old buildings in Kiev, but the biggest problem of this project was the hill. So this construction stands on such a difficult location, and it was very important also to make a research. It lasted, if I'm not mistaken, for 10 years before the start of the project, because all these board piles and jet ground, and it was very important to make it as much as necessary, but not less and no more, because these cracks in the walls in the monument could be bigger. And it was there was monitoring during all this research restoration work, and not only inside, but not only the exterior, but inside as well, because it's the interior is a combination of easel painting, wood carving, and molding, and it was very difficult. Some pictures are so huge that they were restored simultaneously by 3 artist restorers. So it was all very, very big challenge, and we're happy that now it looks very nice, very attractive, because St. Andrew's Church stands on the top of St. Andrew's Street hill, St. Andrew's Descent. It's the top place for tourists in Kiev. And of course we were very sad that it was not in very good condition, but now it looks wonderful, and we are very proud of this work.
Yes, you deserve this, our applause. So now...
Excuse me, on behalf of the director of the conservation area, I would like to present a book. We've already prepared a book about each stage of our repair restoration walk. Now it's only in Ukrainian. We plan to translate it in English, but I know that there are Ukrainian specialists in Europa Nostra, so they will read it for you.
Well, networking already started here. So,
thank you.
Thank you, all of you. I don't know, Elena probably says timing is out now. We don't have really too much time for questions from the public, but we are very happy that we went into the very much details of your projects, and I'm sure that afterwards you have some discussions among the other laureates, I'm sure. And this is Europa Nostra. It's about networking, about exchanging ideas, about seeing what the other do, maybe collaborating. So please change visit cards. Thank you.
I would like to invite now the moderator and the speakers of the second panel, which is on heritage-led innovation and digital transformation. Please come and take a seat. The session will be moderated by Harry Verwaayen. He is the General Director of Europeana Foundation, the operator of Europeana Initiative. As you probably know, Europeana supports museums, galleries, and archives in their digital transformation by making these collections available as widely as possible. So we are very grateful to Harry because he has accepted to come to Prague only for one day. He has a Europeana conference next week. So thank you, Harry. Of course, yeah, if you want to talk to him, today is the chance. So we are ready to start.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elena. Yes, I think we need to make a switch from bricks and mortar and restoration problems to something inherently different. We're going to be talking about bits and bytes. We're going to be talking about engagement and citizen science. In my opinion, 10 years from now, we should not have a prize for digital innovation anymore. I firmly believe that digital is becoming an inherent component of heritage. But for the moment, we're still very pleased to have an eminent crew of innovators here today. Welcome, all of you. And I think what you will see as an audience is that digital transformation will take many forms. I think we'll see some incredibly interesting projects that are very immersive in nature, but also smaller projects that use digital mostly as a process rather than as an outcome. And both of them are, in my opinion, equally interesting and worthy of our attention. So, without further ado, I think we should be starting our session today. We'll start with one of the projects that the jury really appreciated for a specific reason. And I think we're all aware as heritage professionals how important it is to also keep engaging young people in the work that we do. And I think we continuously seem to underestimate how difficult that is and how inadequately equipped we are to do so. I therefore am extremely pleased to welcome to the stage Elisa Monzelato. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Elisa works in the cultural sector in southern Italy. She studied cultural management and specializes in cultural sustainability for local development. And Elisa, please tell us more about swap museums.
Today I would like to say to you some words about this project. It is a project on cultural participation that invested in the digital transformations of museum. But first of all, we would like to tell you what is a swap museum.
Il progetto inizialmente poteva sembrare un'utopia. Non solo si proponeva di avvicinare i giovani ai luoghi della cultura, ma voleva iniziare a farlo da un territorio particolare, che è quello della Puglia, nel profondo sud Italia, dove le indagini sulla relazione tra giovani e cultura mostravano che il 70% dei ragazzi non aveva mai visitato un museo e il 60% di loro non aveva mai letto un libro. Affrontare questa problematica partendo dalla nostra regione ci ha dato la possibilità di sperimentare tanto e di affrontare la sfida di petto. Il punto di partenza è stato la creatività del team, che ha proposto una serie di attività non specialistiche per avvicinare gli adolescenti, come ad esempio la creazione di una playlist musicale ispirata alla collezione di un museo, o la raccolta della memoria storica degli anziani di un paese, o ancora la realizzazione di fumetti ispirati alle opere più belle di un museo. I ragazzi che hanno aderito alle nostre call lanciate sui social hanno cambiato totalmente la loro percezione di musei, siti archeologici e castelli, che sono state le nostre e le loro basi operative. I luoghi della cultura, se fino a quel momento per loro erano realtà quasi impenetrabili, con contenuti da vedere ma non toccare, con Swap Museum sono diventati per loro dei luoghi di ispirazione e di creazione, luoghi in cui coltivare la propria creatività. I ragazzi hanno scoperto che questi luoghi sono vivi, sono scatole di memoria che conservano storie da fare proprie e reinterpretare e che soprattutto possono rappresentare il centro della vita sociale. Dall'altra parte, i musei si sono rinnovati attraverso i loro occhi. Gli swapper, Così chiamiamo i ragazzi che rispondono alle nostre iniziative. Sono poi premiati con dei benefits da spendere in cultura, buoni per l'acquisto di libri, voucher per cinema o teatro, concerti o ancora biglietti per viaggi studio all'estero. Tutti premi volti a innescare un circolo virtuoso in cui la cultura premia con altra cultura. Questa è la nostra idea, questo è il nostro swap. Dal 2016 ad oggi, Swap Museum ha raggiunto 61 istituzioni museali della nostra regione, è sostenuto da 14 aziende e conta 670 adolescenti che hanno trascorso 22.000 ore negli spazi museali.
As you have seen, before the COVID pandemic, museums were our operational base. After the COVID arrived, the scenario totally changed. On one side, we had our teenagers more and more isolated with consequence on their mental health. And on the other side, museums were forced to close and they had to manage an increasing marginality. So we decided to turn these problems into opportunities by rethinking our strategies and by investing in the production of digital contents. So we decided to move all the Swap Museum's activities online. But how? First of all, we have strengthened the digital skills of museum staff by transferring them tools to create virtual tours. Operators in our small museum were not used to using digital tools in audience development since that moment. Second step, Swappers improved their digital and soft skills, carrying out activities such as social challenges, the organization of virtual events for other teenagers, emotional audio guides and captions, and digital treasure hands. The availability of a digital environment allowed them to interact with team members in problem-solving, brainstorming, and in the definition of new digital museum. We have also strengthened our communication strategy involving our teenagers in the managing and in the planning of our social account. We have opened a TikTok account, and this led us to enlarge our target group as people coming from abroad, living abroad, join the activities online. After each activity, survey was applied to our swappers, and in those months we involved 160 young people who spent 2,000 hours in virtual museums. All this data let us understand that our digital strategy mitigated on one side the risk of isolation of young people through teamwork in common purpose and co-production. On the other side, the museum managed the increasing marginality thanks to the activity carried out remotely with active involvement of museum staff. Museum operators updated their digital skills, developed creative content to engage other audiences, and they also increased their network. So, to summarize, the COVID-19 pandemic forced museum to close, and for this reason we decided to invest in the creation of digital museum, in the digital transformation of museum, and the project has thus become a transmedial experience and a method to increase the active participation, enjoyment, and emotional engagement processes. All of this doesn't have to be an exception due to catastrophic phenomena like the COVID-19, but it should be part of audience development strategies, even for small museums with few financial and resources and competencies. So digital allows people in the decision making. And for the future, we would like to create an interregional young board that supports museum management in the building, in the rethinking of long-term strategy for teenagers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really great. Thank you so much, Elisabeth. I loved how you brought in the emotional welfare during pandemic, which is an important component of what young people have experienced during that time. Thank you. We're going to move on to a Dutch project. I'm from the Netherlands myself. So I'm very pleased to welcome Eva Kaptein and Roel Kramer. I know that Eva will be doing the honors, so please let me invite you. Both of you are archaeologists. And both of you are also involved in connecting science in the wider public. And the project you'll be talking about is Heritage Quest. And the jury found that an incredibly interesting way of involving technology in the field of archaeology. So please, tell us about it.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Yes, there it is. Thank you very much. Well, the Heritage Quest project is a citizen science project, which means that the public, citizens, were actively participating in archaeological research. The project was initiated and carried out as a joint effort by Erfgoed Gelderland and Leiden University. Well, the basis of the project is formed by LiDAR data. And this is a new methodology in which the elevation, the altitude of the Earth's surface is measured by laser beams. And the big advantages of this new technique is that the vegetation, so trees, shrubs, everything that obscure our vision, do not hamper the altitude measurements, which leads us to have a picture. For the very first time, we can see the altitude of the Netherlands, of the entire country, in very great detail. In such great detail even, that we are able to detect all kinds of new, undiscovered archaeological heritage, like, for example, these burial mounds. They are between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. And if you stand in the forest, like over there, they are almost impossible to see. But on the maps, they light up pretty clearly. Well, the potential to detect undiscovered heritage is enormous. And the task is much too large for archaeologists alone. And that's why we have asked the public to lend us a hand. We've developed an online platform linked to the Zooniverse citizen science platform, on which everyone interested was asked to mark, were shown 300 by 300 meter maps, so small maps, and they were asked, just mark everything that you think is archaeological heritage. Every map was investigated not by a single person, but by several people, because one person can make a mistake, but the same mistake is not replicated by a second or a third person, and this is the wisdom of the crowd principle. Well, after the online search, we went into the field with volunteers and students alike to actually, in the field, in the forest, often in the rain, check whether the remains that were marked on the elevation maps were actual archaeological heritage. Well, the project started as a pilot, but the results are, at least in our view, incredible. Over 2,000 square kilometers were investigated, which was a large part of the Netherlands. Over 6.5 people actively participated in this project. And the archaeological results are equally impressive. The number of burial mounds has doubled. The area of Celtic fields, which are prehistoric Iron Age agricultural field complexes, has tripled. And the number of charcoal kilns, places where wood is transformed into charcoal to be used, for example, in metalworking, in iron production. Before the project started, only 10 examples were known, more or less. Now we know over 950 examples. But besides these very concrete gains, the project has other gains as well. As it engages the wider public, it reaches large audiences, not only people actively participating, but also people hearing about the project in the media, from their neighbors, in the wider community. And this increases awareness amongst the people of the exceptional heritage that is present in their environment, in their own backyard, so to say. And awareness leads to protection, which is shown in many studies. The people who have actually participated in the field online, they all report that their sense of place and ownership, their sense of ownership, has positively increased. They feel more connected with their surroundings. and with the people that went before them, with the heritage. Academically, the results are enormous. We have gained an enormous amount of new data, which by professional archaeologists alone, we would never have been able to. And these data are also used in an artificial intelligence project. On a governmental level, our data are being used by municipal, provincial and national authorities in policy making and heritage protection. Key to all this is to involve stakeholders, so the public, scientists, landowners, environmentalists, from the very start. Cooperation is key. Well, this was a pilot, and we have demonstrated the potential of this new methodology. But the Netherlands is by no means the only suitable area in Europe. There are many more European countries that have both LiDAR data and impenetrable forests, much larger than the Netherlands. And there are definitely everywhere, there are large groups of incredibly enthusiastic volunteers to be found. And with that thought, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Eva. It was incredibly interesting. You may have noticed I've been a little generous with time. Both previous presenters. I think the stories are just incredible, and we need to let them finish. But we also need to be mindful of time. I'm trying to get some time for discussion later, because I think this project is a good example of where increased awareness of all that heritage may also present some dangers to that same industry, and I'm sure that you have some opinions about that. Okay, moving from archaeology to a very different field, a field I wasn't even aware that it was a big part of European history, silk heritage. Honestly, I had no idea that it was so big. Project is exceptional because it's about a topic that we know little about, using very interesting computational methods, and it's also a cross-country initiative. It involves Spain, Germany, Slovenia, Italy, France, and Poland, which the jury found an incredibly interesting way of cooperation. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Esther Alba Pagan and also Dr. Cristina Portales. One of you is going to present, or both of you? You were. Yes. Okay, please join the stage. You are professors of the Faculty of Geography and History, and we're incredibly interesting to hear your story.
Thank you. Dear friends, it's a pleasure to be here today to give you a short introduction to the Sikinos project. Yes. Usually, most people think about silk as a sign of luxury reserved to ancient kings and aristocrats. It might just seem a memory from a distant past, beautiful and marvelous, but alien to us. Quite to the contrary, it's a living heritage today, present in our traditions, but also in everyday life. Silk is not only about objects, material realities, precious and valuable as they are, is also immaterial heritage living in artisans, historical and new techniques, lifestyles, fashion, and others. For instance, it lies at the basis of a tight link between tradition and modern computing. In fact, perforated cards were invented for jacket rooms long before the first computers used them to store binary code. Quite often, silk heritage is kept in small institutions that face financial and institutional fragility. Besides, this heritage has been well studied by scholars, yet many Europeans remain unaware of it. Traditional crafts related to it have almost disappeared in most places. All artisans find no replacement among younger generations. However, there is also a growing interest in costume and fashion as both a cultural phenomenon in a creative industry. For instance, some of the big players in the digital world, like Google or Europeana, are paying a great deal of attention to the fashion.
So we like to say that European history is woven in silk. Few materials have had such economic, technical, functional, cultural, and symbolic presence throughout our past and present. So today, fashion and textiles are at the heart of the creative economy, generating economic wealth and preserving European identity, culture, and values. Who are we? So our project is an interdisciplinary project. We are merging humanities and technology. We are a big consortium of 9 partners from different countries, coming from both art historians and computer scientists, mainly. So in the project, we also involved other designers, young students, other institutions that collaborated with the project, creative industries also. And all this interdisciplinary work came out with different results. Sorry. Okay. For instance, we implemented and developed a multilingual thesaurus, which involves more than 800 terms related to silk heritage. We also implemented and developed a virtual loom, which is a software that embeds traditional weaving techniques, and we are able to reproduce 3D models, including the intangible heritage, so including the techniques at the yard level. We also produce some printouts for fashion events, which are based on traditional designs, silk designs. Here we can see some of these 3D printouts. We also collaborated with young designers that created some costumes related to these silk designs. And we also created some educational materials that Instituto Cervantes has disseminated. Even more, we created a spatio-temporal map in order to relate very different digital collections that were disseminated through different institutions among Europe, so we could visualize the relationship between these collections. We also have a multilingual, a web search engine that includes all these collections. And we have used deep learning and text analytics in order to relate these collections and complete the fields that were incomplete for the cataloging. And as you see, we are a big team, and we are really proud of the result of our project. Sometimes it's not easy that the people from the technology side and people from humanities understand each other, but I think we made a very good job in this regard, and we are really very strong now. It's been a pleasure to work in this project. So thank you, all of you, for your attention. So we invite you to visit our project.
Thank you so much. That was an incredibly interesting story. And as a tagline, weaving history into the future is incomparable. I really love it. Yeah. Okay, so we move from silk to music. And we're incredibly pleased to have our next presenter, Ignacy Miro, who's going to talk to us about an incredibly immersive project, very different in nature from what we've heard before. Please join us at the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful session we are having today. The example that I'm going to explain to you comes from La Caixa Foundation from Spain. And the aim of what we did is that we wanted to pay tribute to two of the most iconic intangible heritage in Europe. As we can see, this is classical music and the symphonic orchestra. For more than 3 centuries, this has been drivers for creativity all over the world. And we wanted to pay this tribute by using technology from the 21st century. Also, we believe that nowadays, classical music and the symphonic orchestra shows the huge cultural diversity that we can hold when we put together these two things. This means that in a symphonic orchestra, you have people coming from really all over the world, and the composers also take this European tradition and they are keeping the music alive from many, many places all over the planet. So this is the first idea, to pay tribute to classical music and the symphonic orchestra. The second one is to try to fight the stigma that nowadays still remain of this kind of practice, which means that they are very, very much seen as an elitist practice, that you need to be cultivate at a certain level to enjoy, to attend, to practice. So we wanted to make something that helps to break these barriers. And third idea is that we use not only technology, but the quality-driven approach was the motto of what we did, which means the venue was the Liceo Opera House in Barcelona. The conductor was Gustavo Dudamel from Venezuela. The orchestra was Mahler Chamber, as an example of this cultural diversity being together for a musical purpose. And then the headsets, the headphones, the glasses, the computers, the chairs, many, many things that we wanted to put at the excellence level, trying to seduce new audiences for the music. So this is the aim. And now I invite you to just do a journey from a very quick... Because this is how it works. It's a touring exhibition. Then we have a 2D film which introduces the public to they disconnect from the street and they prepare from the virtual reality experience. This is a journey of 3 characters, a girl, a cello player coming from the Mediterranean country, a flutist from New York with a jazz background, and finally we'll see a girl from Colombia, from the rainforest, living at the coffee where they produce coffee. And all of these 3 characters, they have very different musical backgrounds, coming from very, very different traditions. But these musics, they have the capacity to put at the service of one single composer, which is Beethoven in this case, through the symphonic orchestra. So the 3, they meet in Barcelona, and they are ready to rehearse with the maestro in this Liceo Opera House. So then it's when the audience enter to the place for the virtual reality. We have 36 seats all together, and then they start enjoying this experience, which being seen in a 2D screen, it's like, okay, like showing the meal but not letting you eat anything. But anyway, you can figure out that this journey comes from the orchestra, where you are placed inside. Then you go to the violin maker, then you live and you are inside the violin, which is something impossible to do in real life. And then you are inside a trumpet, which is being made in a forge. And this journey through the interior of the instruments drives the audience to the soul, because we say that the music is not just made by wood or metal, but you need the soul to make it alive. And at the very end is this birthday mambo, where the musicians, they play all over you, and it's just a fest to celebrate the classical music. So, and then I am finishing with this. So the results of this experience is that the people seeing, they completely fell in love. Even if they are music professionals, they say, well done. If they are totally amateur people, totally profane, they say, that's the way, I'm interested in this. This was very, very cool. And yes, I'm going to go to a concert hall, because this was the aim at the very end, to have new people, to have new audiences being seduced for something which we believe and we love, that is classical music. So thank you very much.
Bravo. Thank you so much, Nazi. That's very interesting. We're going to come back to how do we engage new audiences later on, hopefully. But first, let me introduce our last guest in this session, Jordi Grau Oliveras. Hope that pronounced well. Hit the cut. We're going to go back to buildings. And a very specific type of building, dry stone heritage of Spain, and how digital technologies, please go to the set, how digital technologies can help us in the preservation of those buildings and the awareness of the importance of those buildings. So, Jordi, please walk us through this.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, you probably know that dry stone buildings are made joining stones without any mortar, applying the technique of dry stone walling. And I come from the Landscape Observatory of Catalonia, that we advise on and raise sensitivity in society about landscape. And one of our main work are the landscape catalogs of Catalonia. These documents identifies dry stone as a very important rural element of the rural landscapes of Catalonia. That's why we promoted the project Wikipedia in partnership with the association Dragbert of Sitges and in association with this association, that they are experts in dry stone buildings, and one member is here now. The project was born in 2011, and the goal of the inventory, the goal of the project is gathering information about dry stone buildings in Catalonia. The main singularity of the project is that this inventory is made solely with the contributions of the citizens, only with the contributions of the citizens. And this is an open project, that it means that everyone can introduce information, not only experts. I also want to stress that this is a cross-border heritage tool, because in 2016 we widened the project to a part of France. And apart from the website, we also have a mobile application that allows people to introduce information directly from the field. Everyone who knows construction of dry stone can contribute to the inventory following a simple form. And there are specific forms for huts and cabins, constructions for storing water, lime and tile kilns, remarkable walls, and other constructions like these splendid wine vats. Once the user introduces the information, then experts validate this information and then becomes part of this inventory. And all the information can be consulted, because each construction has a file with some characteristics of the building, pictures, some drawings, and the location. The website also provides some thematic maps, like this map of density of buildings. And after after these 11 years of activity of the project, they have participated more than 500 people that together have inventoried more than 30,000 constructions. It means that on average, 5 constructions are added in the inventory each day of these 11 years. We are very happy with the results, and this information is also being used in several and many areas. For example, local protection and management, spatial planning, heritage reports, heritage official inventories. It's also useful for the agriculture reports such as Common Agriculture Policy and reports. It's information that is being used in education area and at a school and high school level, but also in university level. Some touristic and hiking maps include this information in these maps and touristic initiatives. And it's also useful to design local heritage routes. Some exhibitions also include this information of the Wikipedia inventory. And even art projects are inspired in these buildings that are in the inventory. No? And now we are very happy with the results, but there is still a lot of work to do, mainly in 2 areas. The first one is that to improve the inventory and inventory more constructions, but in this collaborative way. And the second part is to try to encourage the use of this information by public and private institutions even more. We hope that this European Heritage Award, European Nostra Award, will help us to get support from other institutions in our country. And thank you for this award and your attention. Yeah.
Excellent. I think what this panel has shown is really the breadth of innovation that digital can bring us if applied in good ways in our own organizations. Of course, that's very much where the difficulty is. Digital technology is at everyone's disposal these days. But applying that in our organizations is not an easy thing. I've got a number of questions that I could raise to you, but perhaps let me just look around the audience if someone feels engaged to ask a question. Perhaps you would rather do that over a coffee break or over lunch, which is fine. So then the honor is to me. Let me just reshuffle myself a little bit. When I hear all the projects, I think there are 3 main questions that come to mind for me. One is around audience engagement, and as a project, we're able to do that, but to sustain that level of engagement is a difficult thing. The second one is about sustainability in general. Some projects are very capital intensive, I think, Ignazi. Yours would qualify for that. What kind of models do you envision to not only sustain the project, but to expand on it and so forth? I'd like to start with difficulties of awareness. Maybe Roel, who are here on stage, you can tell us a bit about this. So your project, Heritage Quest, made archaeological sites much more visible, literally, to the average people. I could be partaking into your project, I think. But there must be also a downside to that. Could imagine. Please tell us a bit about that.
Downside, yeah. It's got a lot of questions about by professionals, by archaeologists, and also policymakers about the possibilities of looting and also with illegal digs and this open up all data to everybody was a lot of, they were a little bit wary, so to say. But we got just into conversation with them and we just tried to turn that around and just take the positive feature of it. We were really convinced and are really convinced of this project about the outcomes. So we trying to turn around and just, this is a big opportunity just for us and also for the public, but also for the archaeologists in our sector, like the heritage agencies and the professionals, to really connect with the public and create a sense of awareness and create just a sense of ownership, which could be just turn around and just open up and see that people really want to protect this heritage. We try to flip that to the positive, these questions, and not only talk about this, what the positive outcomes could be, but also we took action and make the maps such a size that the places that we open up couldn't be recognized, not even with the local historian or even maybe one people could recognize one place of the map that we created. So we got in conversation with policymakers and everybody who was really wary, but also take action. So.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very interesting little hack that you made. You open up, but resolution you provide is not of the dimensions that everyone can just go out there and put a shovel in the ground, start digging. You're smart. Thank you. Can we go to you, Elisa? You've told us how you've tackled an incredibly difficult challenge in southern Italy. Young people didn't read books, they never went to museums. You've had some real success here. How do you think you can sustain that success? Because that must require quite a bit of engagement and energy from your side and from your team.
So we try to improve our fundraising competencies because it's a social project. So we are not able to sell this kind of service, but we have to be funded by public administration and private foundation. And so we are able in this way to sustain this kind of process, social process, and that's all.
Yeah, so we need to also not only engage with young people, but also with funders. I think maybe we can learn something from Ignazi. You've raised substantial funding. This was a €1 million project that you embarked. Can you tell us a bit about what kind of difficulties you encountered for that? Was there immediate positive reaction to it?
Well, the thing is that we had to raise this money from the foundation itself, which basically means to convince the bosses this was a good way to spend such a big amount of money. So the principle was if we invite the same people to the same party, same things happen. And we wanted to change for the party, for the people coming, or the change happening. So this was the challenge, how we can do the same thing bring it to a new place with a new narrative, the new strategy to welcome those ones that they think that we don't belong to them.
Yeah, which is, you could argue, very similar to what Elisa was doing, bringing new audiences into old buildings.
Then we knew that we had the tools to take this risk. So the thing is, we have to be ready to take a risk, but a risk under control, a risk that comes from the knowledge, from the trust and the confidence that you know how you can do the things without being attacked by the specialist saying that's not fair, that's not good, it's not, So if you are ready to put the ideas on the table with this freedom, then you can reach amazing results. I have 3 children, teenagers. They said to me, "Dad, that's the way. Now you understand how to do these things." Wow, because it means that 99% of the times before, they were just there because they had to be, but now enjoying a lot what I was suggesting do, right?
Finally, Dad was cool. Yeah, that's good.
Project was cool.
Project was cool. Right. Thank you. That's a really interesting perspective to this. So maybe Silk Now, it was also a project that involved both material component and digital. I think I've seen several projects funding parts of what you do, including Europeana Fashion that you're part of, I think. Can you tell us a bit about how you think you can continue the work that you've been doing?
So, regarding continuity of the project, the first thing we have made is to put everything open access. So, all the data, all the results we had, all the software, all the technology is available for everybody who wants to have access, reuse it, reinvent it, and so on. Also, the software is structured in a way that is easy to incorporate new collections that are nowadays not in Ada Silk. And also we have other funded projects which are related to spatio-temporal maps, related to digital collections. So from the university side, we are trying to keep this research line that we have started. And we've also, I come from the Institute of Robotics, and Esther Alba comes from the humanities part, so art historian. And we are working together. We are always thinking about other ideas together, because this is the rich part of our project, we believe. The challenge, yeah, so we have this challenging, but it's also, we think, working together in this way, we can have added value to other results. Because from the technological side, we have learned a lot of. I also didn't know that we had in Europe such a rich heritage in silk before the project started. No? And they also didn't know that we, from the technological side, we could arrive until we have arrived in the project. So they speak to us, they have, we have this problem with this heritage, we need to disseminate, we need to preserve. They have so many basic ideas, and we completed those ideas with the technological part. And we also say, technology can arrive until here. This is the maturity of the technology. So technology can do everything we wish to, not nowadays. But also we gave them some ideas, and I think we work together, and we are really proud, and we are continuing with other archives, also from the design part in Spain. So.
Excellent. Thank you, Esther and Christina. I think what I'm taking from this is that it's so important to keep us fertilizing across disciplines. You know, learning from computer sciences in the fields of digital humanities and history is incredibly important. So maybe that's a good, what is a fire? Excellent. Very good. Please. Intervene.
Hello, my name is Jimmy Jamar. I'm from Europa Nostra in Brussels. I just had, it's a question, maybe a reflection for all of us here, because I found this session particularly interesting in the sense that everything that you said can be, I would say, reproduced, your dissemination. And I suppose you meant how are you going to continue your work? But I think that, the Silk project, I mean, is already a cooperation which has partners from different countries. But all of the others have this potential, I would say, lessons that can be shared, I would say, with others. Of course, through the prizes, I mean, you will have this publicity, people will know. But I think maybe all of us together, we can think a bit
further. I was particularly referring, for instance, to the walls project, which was, I remember 2 years ago, I think, we gave also a similar award to a project in Croatia. I spent much of my time in a little island in Greece, which has a major problem in keeping the walls together because it's at risk of these walls are at risk of being destroyed for the purpose of mass tourism. And so there is really here a heritage issue that's at stake and that can be shared, I think, much more widely, building on every one of these projects. And I think this is something we can think about collectively, how to set and enable these bridges, as you mentioned before.
That's an excellent remark. Bridges was what Sneska started out this whole session on. If only there were a heritage hub of some sorts. That would be fantastic. Maybe I can leave this question with you, Jordi. Your project did some incredible work. 30,000 pieces were already part of the thing. Maybe we can leave this with this final question. How do we transfer your knowledge to other projects that would need similar types of interventions?
This kind of project, this project works because there are a lot of institutions that are really involved in inventorying these kind of constructions, and to be close to these institutions is the key to success.
Yeah.
Because if our from the administration we provide the tool, and citizens provide the knowledge that they have, and at the same time, this knowledge is used again from the administration to manage the landscape and the heritage.
Yeah, understood. So, I mean, the technology is available, but also the knowledge, the capacity building knowledge to replicate this in other countries or settings. And I think we need to find better ways to transfer that knowledge.
It's true.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay, Elena, I think we'll need to leave the stage now. Thank everyone. Please give them a big applause. You were a fantastic panel. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now ready for the third panel, which will be chaired by Sarah Croft. So it's the last panel before lunch. So just 1 hour more, and then you will get something to drink and to eat. So please, all the representatives of this panel, join us on stage. So just a few words about Sarah, while the others are taking their seats. Sarah, she is, of course, like Eugen and Harry, jury member. She lives in UK, where she is the chief executive of ICON, the Institute of Conservation, and also the chair of Europa Nostra UK. She has been involved in this edition as a jury member and also chair of the selection committee for category education, training and skills. So Sarah, the floor is yours for this panel on enhancing intangible heritage and the transfer of skills.
Thank you very much, Elena, and hello everyone. When we think about our European cultural heritage, of course we think about the wonderful monuments and places, buildings and the archaeology. I would say that none of this has meaning unless there are people interacting with it. That's why this particular session, this particular panel, is very close to my heart, because I think that we always have to put people at the center of everything we do. So we will have a wonderful variety of presentations during the next hour, which focus on skills, the transfer of skills, also enhancing intangible heritage. And you won't hear much from me because I want to give as much time as possible to all our speakers. And so I'm going to move straight on to inviting our first presenter, who will be introducing to you all the Masters and Apprentices project, And that's Riina Koivisto, the coordinator of the Finnish Local Heritage Federation. Please commence.
Dear friends of cultural heritage, Masters and Apprentices project revolutionizes local and cultural heritage work in a simple way. The project brings children, young people, and older generations together on equal terms to collaborate on shared activities around cultural heritage. All participants, young and older alike, are both masters and apprentices with valuable skills and knowledge to share. Everyone is involved in the planning of activities and creation of contents. The important thing is that everybody in the group can learn from each other. Every group planned their activities by themselves. There are around 30 groups located in Finland. Things to learn can be local knowledge and history, and they can be skills, for example, how to fix an old house, handicrafts, for instance, how to knit traditional Finnish wool socks, or things like how to grow vegetables in a home garden. The things to learn together can be just about anything. Elderlies can share their knowledge about old times and show traditional techniques. Young people can also share their local knowledge about, also help with digital devices. For instance, how to post a story in a social media, or how to shoot a nice video. Project aims included reducing intergenerational bias and enhancing interaction between generations. Another aim was to encourage people of all ages to familiarize themselves with their own home region and its tangible and intangible heritage. Why? The activities have shown that different generations have a lot to offer to each other. It is important for children and young people to have access to their own home corners and cultural heritage that is important to them. Knowing and understanding cultural heritage can be used to grow roots and build identity. The project has successfully reduced intergenerational bias and enhanced interaction between generations to ensure the continuity of local heritage work. People of all ages have found that the activities have improved their quality of life, and interaction has reduced loneliness and rootlessness. Who can participate? Local heritage and neighborhood associations, local museums, municipalities and third sector actors around Finland implement the activities, and the project is coordinated by Finnish Local Heritage Federation. In the field, the project has been met with enthusiasm, and hundreds of children and senior citizens participated. Especially among young people, their understanding of their home region and its tradition and history grew. Young people were made to understand the importance of knowing their home region, and their identity was strengthened. The elderly learned about young people's interests and ways of seeing the world and the digital equipment to use. The project goal to enable people of different ages to learn from each other was met. And possibilities. Master and Apprentices is also an outstanding model for creating safe relationship networks and mutual understanding between immigrants and local community. The model is easy to disseminate all around Europe and other parts of the world, and it's adaptable to various cultures, contexts and traditions. This model makes it possible to gain more visibility and appreciation for cultural heritage work and to encourage people of all ages to familiarize themselves with their home region and its tangible and intangible heritage, thus enhancing its appreciation. Master and Apprentices model brings generations and skills forth, and generations together. You can also try. Thank you.
Thank you, Rina, for introducing a really important theme, which I hope we'll see more through this panel, that intergenerational element that is so important. So from the top of Europe, crossing the continent down to Sicily, our next project is the safeguarding of the Sicilian Puppet Theatre. And we have two guests with us on the stage. We have Rosario Perconi, Director and Scientific Coordinator, and Monica Campo, the Secretary and the Editorial Officer at the Associazione per la Conservazione delle Tradizioni Popolari, Museo Internazionale delle Marionette Antonio Pasqualino. Please give us your lovely presentation.
Thank you all. Firstly, we want to thank Europa Nostra for the award and also for the organization of this summit, which is a great occasion for us to know directly people, projects, ideas. Our plan of measures for the safeguarding of Sicilian Opera dei Pupi is a participatory research project that focused on Sicilian traditional puppet theatre, the Opera dei Pupi, which UNESCO declared a masterpiece of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity in 2001. The project was carried out by our Association for the Safeguarding of Popular Traditions of Palermo, Italy in 2019-2020, in its capacity as the referent organization of the Opera dei Pupi network, which is comprised of 12 Sicilian Pupi theatre companies. It draws on the technical and scientific recommendations of the UNESCO office at the General Secretariat of the Italian Ministry of Culture, which supported the project, which funded the project. Based on an intercultural and multidisciplinary approach, the project addressed and evaluated the impact of recent and current safeguarding measures. It documented the current state of the Opera dei Pupi as well as of the tangible heritage associated with it. It surveyed families, companies, craftsmen, collections, museums, and it identified current challenges that since the crisis of the 1950s threatened the transmission process of this live heritage. The result is a document, a plan, the first one to have been drafted in Italy, that identifies the priorities for intervention and outlines safeguarding strategies, methods, and implementation tools. Now we'd like to show you our short video.
Il piano delle misure di salvaguardia del Teatro dell'Opera dei Pupi Siciliani è un progetto di ricerca partecipativo con l'obiettivo di identificare efficaci misure di salvaguardia e articolarle in un piano coerente per favorire una pianificazione lungimirante delle azioni nell'ambito di una governance partecipata, multilivello e sostenibile.
Noi speriamo che si possano inserire i tanti teatri e quindi i tanti artigiani che lavorano all'interno di questo contesto in quel proprio percorso virtuoso che tutto questo piano delle misure di salvaguardia vuole mettere in campo.
I lavori si sono svolti in pieno periodo pandemico, è bello però vedere quale sia stata la risposta dei cubani. La risposta è stata stare insieme, lavorare in rete, ci si è ascoltati, sono state individuate le criticità ma anche le soluzioni a quelle criticità.
Come cubano, come
storica famiglia Mancuso di Palermo, quello che penso è che le amministrazioni devono dare un occhio di riguardo a questa tradizione dell'opera dei pupi, per dare un futuro all'opera dei pupi e per dare una memoria ai vecchi pupati.
Il piano di salvaguardia dell'opera dei pupi, splendidamente portato a compimento, e il conseguente riconoscimento europeo sono state tappe fondamentali. Adesso il tutto alle istituzioni locali, alle istituzioni regionali per continuare questo lavoro e questo piano di salvaguardia.
Ed è grazie al lavoro di rete che è stato possibile comprendere quale fosse quel complesso di azioni strutturali e sistemiche che potranno a lungo andare salvaguardare il teatro dell'opera dei pupi.
Molte le voci, i punti di vista e i saperi messi in campo, quali le aspettative per il futuro?
Sicuramente la continuità generazionale di noi pupari e degli spettatori che avranno il piacere di seguire questa incredibile cultura tradizionale.
Quella della salvaguardia per noi pupari è il futuro. Il futuro è la crescita. Senza aiuti noi non possiamo crescere, quindi per me è una cosa molto difficile. Finalmente ti ho trovato.
Thank you.
Thank you both for sharing such a wonderful story and such passion for your tradition. That idea of passing on ideas and knowledge and learning, I think, is something we'll see very much in the next project, which is a project with a long heritage of its own, the International Course on Wood Conservation Technology, which has been running for many years. And we'll hear about this project from aNNo, Senior Advisor at the Norwegian Directorate for Cultural Heritage, and Gritli, the Professor at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for this opportunity to present our project, the International Course on Wood Conservation Technology, at the Heritage Excellence Day here in Prague. It's a really great honor to be here today. My name is aNNo. I work for the Directorate for Cultural Heritage in Norway, and this is my colleague, Professor Gritli, representing NTNU, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology in Trondheim. Together with ECROM in Rome, our institutions have, since 1984, organized the 6-week International Course on Wood Conservation Technology. And the course is one of ECROM's longest-standing courses on material conservation, and we are proud to be represented in their course portfolio.
The Faculty of Architecture and Design at NTNU has, since the early 1970s, educated architect students in building conservation, and at the moment we are also hosting a bachelor program in traditional building crafts. It is of great interest for NTNU as a university to be partner of the International Wood Course, as we need to strengthen our training programs addressing the big challenges for preservation of our built heritage in a future with rapidly changing climate. The long-standing wood course is a cornerstone in this respect. The wood course, we call it that for short, was originally developed following a recommendation made by UNESCO in the early 1980s. There was a lack of training options for professionals working with wood, and having long experience with wooden cultural heritage, Norway volunteered as host country for the course. It was originally meant as a one-off, but after 40 years, we are still going strong.
The wood course quite clearly fills a need. It provides the possibility for mid-career professionals to specialise in their skills, breaking down barriers between individual disciplines, as well as between academia and practitioners. It brings architects, conservators, engineers and craftsmen together. And this cross-disciplinary aspect of the course widens the perspective of the participant and gives a broad understanding of the complexities and versatility of wood as a material. Because wood truly is a universal material, it has been used all over the world since time immemorial for buildings, structures, furniture and objects. And if taken properly care of, it can last for many centuries. Often wood is treated wrongly, not through ill intent, but because of lack of knowledge. And most often, there is not just one right answer, but many different approaches and methods depending on the individual case. Our unofficial slogan, often repeated, is "It depends."
Both national and international experts in the field of wood conservation give lectures on the course on different topics such as wood properties, biodegradation, preventive conservation, structural repairs, and surface treatment. New threats, both biological and physical, relating to climate change are also addressed, and the introduction of basic tools on how to monitor them through risk assessment and planning adaptation measures. The participants come from all over the world, are all professionals. Learning and sharing information goes both ways. Sites are visited and people we talk to all react with great positivity to the interest and outside perspective brought by this international group.
The students are challenged throughout the course to reflect on current principles and approaches that support conservation of wooden cultural heritage. They reflect on the complexity confronted by practitioners and discuss and assess the status of conservation discourse by understanding evolving theories. But most importantly, we hope that the course participants take home with them a good network, the knowledge that you have colleagues all over the world who are facing the same challenges as you, and that by drawing on different experiences, different practices and approaches to wood conservation, we can all benefit.
We would like to thank the Heritage Awards jury for selecting the international course on wood conservation technology as one of the winners of the European Heritage Awards and Europa Nostra Awards for 2022. We are deeply honored and convinced that it will help us raise awareness of the importance of preserving and maintaining our wooden culture heritage for the future. Thank you very much.
Many thanks and congratulations on the long-running success of a very excellent training course. We've talked already today about some themes that are universal, types of heritage that we all have a connection with. So we have timber, we have the silk from the previous panel, and we now bring another very common theme. We bring the theme of food and the Tisch Jewish Food Festival from Poland. I'd like to introduce to you Magdalena Maslak, who is head of social program department at Poland, Museum of the History of Polish Jews.
Thank you. My name is Magdalena Maslak. I'm the coordinator of Tisch Jewish Food Festival, and here you can see the poster of this year edition. This year we have the 5th edition of Tisch. And why Tisch? The word comes from Yiddish. It's a language used by Jews in the Central Europe, and it means a table, but also in Hasidic tradition, in Orthodox Jewish tradition, it means sitting together at the table, drinking, eating, and talking and spending time together. And for us, it's a great metaphor for the whole festival. Where we work. We work basically in Warsaw, in Poland, and we work in a void after Jewish culture, after the World War II. Before, in our city, in our country, the Jewish culture was very vibrant and present. On the other hand, of course, there are a lot of traces of 1,000 years of common Jewish-Polish history, but they are pretty invisible for people because we don't have right now the knowledge of this common heritage, and these traces are, because of this, invisible. Why food? Using my experience as an educator on Jewish history and Jewish culture, I noticed that very often the story about Jewish culture and about Jewish heritage is focused on the Shoah, because it's a very important event, but it's the end that put an end to a Jewish culture in Europe and in Poland, basically. Meanwhile, when we focus on food, we focus on life and on living culture. It's also a great tool to explain the history, because while we explain the history of food, of dishes, we can tell the whole story of the community and of the groups, of what happened to them, how they traveled, what changes they went through. And also it's a very good pretext for a meeting, because we invite people to our museum and to our events, not only for a lecture, not only for a speech, but just to sit at the table, cook together, eat together, and it really encourages people to come. Here I wanted to present you the 5 posters of 5 editions of our festival. What I always strive every year to do is to make Tisch socially engaged as much as possible. Here I don't have much time to explain all the editions, but I will just tell you that this year's edition has the main theme on the move, and we will focus on migrations, on being on the move, also on these migrations that are not always voluntary, but are sometimes forced by events like a war. What do we do? The festival always lasts 5 days, and we offer a lot of different kinds of activities: cooking classes, artisanal workshops, guided city tours focused on food, film screenings, of course, Shabbat dinners, and many, many other activities. We never wanted to organize the festival alone as one museum, so every year we invite partners, and every year we are joined by bars and restaurants and food markets in Warsaw. We are also joined by Jewish organizations. This year we will be also joined by other museums in the city, and every year we invite and we are joined also by other minorities, even though we are the Museum of the History of Polish Jews and it's a Jewish food festival, but we invite also other minorities. And what are the effects? Here I wrote 3 effects, but for us the most important effect is to have a new audience. The first editions of Tisch were attended in 40% by a new audience that had never been to the museum before, nor for the exhibition, nor for the concert, nor for the speech, for the lecture. So it's a great tool to invite new people for your activities. Thank you so much. I wanted to thank from this point also for the award, which is very, very important for us. And I warmly invite you to come to Warsaw, because in 2 weeks we have the next edition. Thank you.
Thank you, Magdalena. I think you'll have some very willing participants from the room. The next project is a very unusual project, and I hope you're going to enjoy hearing about the Episkopi School Museum and Workshop in Romania. This one caught the attention of both the panel and the jury because it's a fascinating story. So I'm now going to ask Adriana Scripcariu, the project manager and president of the association at Gaspar, Baltazar and Melchior, Association, the Episkopi School, to tell us that wonderful story.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to be here in the name of all our team project and sustainers. First of all, we would like to dedicate this award to the many private cultural initiatives in Romania, a country full of cultural resources and also many courageous people loving and working hard to highlight the beauty and the value of the heritage despite many difficulties. A second dedication goes to the young generation of Romania, hoping that they will be closer to heritage. And now our mission is coming, educating for heritage. How can education for heritage can be done? In the countryside, such as to strengthen the local identity and also to be a pleasant lesson for the children and people from outside community. In Piscu, we tried a way which we believe would be suitable in many other places. Piscu School Museum and Workshop is a space where local heritage and contemporary art blossom together into education and inspiration. It all started with the local heritage, the history of Piscu, the history of the old peasant pottery, collecting objects, researching, interviewing people in the site. We opened history first to its own community, a community where the local pride and love for the craft were seriously damaged by the fast decline of this traditional occupation over the 20th century. Many of the potters' grandsons first touched the clay with us in the summer school starting with 2007. Some of them got the skill year after year and are now able to teach the visitors in the museum. This educational experience were later on offered to the people from outside community. In time, we extended our way of communicating the heritage with popularization books, school books, and within the pandemic, we started a series of e-lessons called The Lesson of Heritage. Day after day, Piscu became famous again, this time for hosting heritage workshops and cultural events. Within 2016, we were involved in raising up a new building to exhibit the local pottery and stories, but also to give them a context with peasant pottery from all over Romania and also other crafts related to clay. Equally, we developed a temporary exhibition space dedicated to contemporary art and a sculpture garden. Later on, a multimedia space was creating, showing the local craft and history. The building itself was an educational project involving this time the architecture students who projected it, led by their teacher, architect Cosmin Pavel. They also participated in different building stages. The building has been awarded in 2021 by the Order of Architects in Bucharest and became a must-see for the architecture students who have free entrance in the museum. Over 90% of the financial resource for the building came from the private donations, facts that shows awareness and need of cultural space in a part wishfully growing of the Romanian society. In 2021, with all the pandemic problems, the place was open to the public and was sustainable from its first month of visit. Over 11,000 visitors explored the place already, and many of them pupils in day learning trips. The usual program that comes with the clay and linocut workshops, tactile area, multimedia, explaining and raising awareness about the cultural heritage in general. Besides, we welcome other workshop other art workshops, exhibition, concerts, theater, and other craft and cultural events. In conclusion, we succeeded building up a cultural hub, a place where local heritage is shown in both ways, artifacts and modern space, together with contemporary art. A place where the pottery is practiced as an educational tool by young people from the community and by invited potters. A space to host other cultural events in a village where the cultural offer nearly did not exist before. We hope to give courage to other heritage lovers and professionals, a proof that new creative projects nourished by the heritage are possible in Romania. And finally, most of our visitors are proving one of the laws of the museum's decalogue, written by the great Romanian heritage man, the painter Horia Bernea, for the Peasant Museum in Bucharest. After the time spent in the museum, the visitor should be happier. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana, and I think you'll agree that that's not really one project, but a whole bundle of projects wrapped together into one, so congratulations. And our final presentation of this session is another one that I think is about celebration. We're going to hear about World Vyshyvanka Day from Lesia Voroniuk, who is head of the NGO, which created and now runs World Vyshyvanka Day.
Dear colleagues, the World Vyshyvanka Day is an international holiday dedicated to preserving and embroidered shirt Vyshyvanka as a material and spiritual heritage of the Ukrainian people. The World Vyshyvanka Day was born as a small student flash mob action in 2006 in Chernivtsi. And every Thursday of May, Ukrainians, friends of Ukraine from more than 100 countries, wear Vyshyvankas to work, universities, schools, and even kindergartens. The initiative, supported by Ukrainians and foreigners of a wide range of professions which stand in solidarity with Ukraine, researchers engaged in cultural heritage have special attention to this holiday. The World Vyshyvanka Day also is supported by international influential organizations, in particular the European Union, OSCE, UNDP, NATO, G7. Our organization has implemented more than 70 large-scale projects in Ukraine and abroad. Our main mission is to spread knowledge as widely as possible and increase interest in cultural heritage for the general public. Such a variety of events formats were created for wider citizen engagement and awareness raising. Flash mobs, exhibitions, diplomatic reception, art objects, etc. Our priority Our priority allocations for project are not galleries or museums. There are other public places where we can meet average people, not culture heritage specialists. For example, airports, or educational campaigns and interactive lectures in the KU Metro about history, symbolism, and regional features of embroidered shirts. We try to find special points of contact to talk about the value of embroidery. Here you can see the opening of the monument to Vasil Vyshyvaný, the same as Vyshyvanka, real name Wilhelm von Habsburg, for the 15th anniversary of Vyshyvanka Day, together with NGOs, Musician Battalion, and Pan Europe. Here you can see. Also, we work a lot abroad. For example, we organize days of Ukrainian culture in different countries. At the NGO World Vyshyvanka Day was founded the studio of documentary Devo. We shooted 3 documentaries: Heritage of the Nation, The Waving Way, The Nightingale Sings. These documentaries are widely used in school education process. Also, after event, you can see our publishing project, more than 10 publishing projects. Now we want to show you our partnership project of reconstruction of the authentic shirts, embroidery in the clothes of famous Ukrainians, reproduces the shirts of the most prominent figures of Ukrainian history. In the photo, you can see just sleeves of the shirt of the Ukrainian writer Lesia Ukrainka. It was writer of the 19th century, and here is a restored shirt. Now our biggest project is Educational Center Interactive Museum of Ukrainian Vyshyvanka. The center aims to present Vyshyvanka and garment in general in several value planes as a highly artistic aesthetic work that occupies a significant place in the context of world and European culture heritage as an Ukrainian national spiritual symbol. The uniqueness of the museum is the use of modern technologies, interactivity, inclusivity, grant systems to support young craftsmen and scientists working in the field of ethnography and international activities. But now our main task is to protect cultural heritage as much as possible from the Russian enemy. Since February, we have been evacuating private collections from the combat zone. Some of them have already returned to their owners, and some will become part of our museum exhibits. For example, here you can see this traditional Ukrainian woman's costume from Chernihiv region. If we want to preserve the European cultural heritage, our common task is to stop Russian tanks and Russian soldiers who are the representatives of the Russian culture of destruction, genocide, and hate. And we, as an organization, are open to the exchange of experience working in extreme conditions, partnerships, and new projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lesia, and thank you for bringing the examples to show us. It is really delightful to see the intangible made tangible, perhaps. So for all of the panelists, you may think that you have got the difficult part of the session over with. You've given your presentations, thank you for those. But now we're going to ask you some questions. And the bad news is I've been writing down even more questions as I've heard your presentations, so we'll see how we go. But I'm going to turn first to the idea of the intergenerational learning and how we pass on knowledge, but more than that, how we encourage respect between different generations so that exchange is an equal partnership, that the knowledge is transferred in 2 directions. So perhaps the obvious person to turn to first, and she's looking very worried, is Rina. What do you think is the key to genuine interaction and exchange between generations?
You must find volunteers to do this work, or you must find a place, for example, a museum where you can do, and you must find theme or what. Can you ask again?
Where your project has been successful in different examples, what do you think has been the spark, the idea, the passion that really connected the young people and the older generation?
Every generation have special skills, and actually they are young and elderly are very eager to share them if you just try and ask. So I think The most important thing is just try to have these generations together, because they have a lot to give to each other.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, as we say, that passion to share skills must be certainly at the core of it. Let's think about that exchange then in a more academic setting. If I think about the wood course, how do you embed that sharing of knowledge between your students and your experts?
Well, I think that the participants on the course, they're not really students. They're all experts in their own field. They are professionals. They're mid-career professionals. They're young professionals, but they are fully qualified in their respective fields. So the challenge for the lecturers is, of course, to teach such a wide and such a diverse group. But I think that the teaching goes both ways, and also between the participants themselves. I think they learn as much from each other as they do from the lecturers.
And given that you have this long heritage of your own, you have been running this course for many years now. What are the next steps? Where are you going to go next? What's on the horizon?
Well, we've already started in 2018 having part of the theory taught online as a preparatory course to the practical meeting in Norway. During the pandemic, we went completely online and had 2 years of online teaching without the practical aspect, but a lot of theory, and it worked to a certain extent, but we missed the hands-on, we missed the smell of wood. But I think the next course in 2024, we will continue to perhaps use an element of online teaching. A lot of the theory can be done in advance from home, and then we meet for a shorter period of time in Norway. It makes it easier for participants to be not away from home for quite such a long period of time. And we can use the best of both worlds.
Thank you. And I really liked what you said about respecting the knowledge and the experience that your participants, I won't call them students, arrive with, and building on that. That feels a very important aspect to me. So in terms of thinking next steps, I'm going to turn to our friends from Sicily. You've done a huge amount of work. I don't know if everybody can see it, but there is a massive pamphlet which you haven't mentioned, and I feel you should, but do introduce that, but then perhaps tell us what's next for you.
So, this book is not, of course, only a book. It is a detailed description of the Opera dei Pupi on the context where it originated and it developed and transformed. And it describes accurately the whole heritage community, as well as all the safeguarding activities that were carried out by everybody who was interested in the safeguarding of the Opera dei Pupi and ICH in Sicily. Now, what's next? Of course, we need to work hard. We, as an NGO, but of course together with all the Opera nei Pupi network, the heritage community, and of course local, national, regional institutions, in order to transform all these recommendations into actions. At the moment, we are the Association for the Safeguarding of Popular Traditions is working to draft another document, another plan, that is a detailed strategic plan of this one, of the plan of the measures for the safeguarding of the Opera dei Pupi. This second project is being financed by the Ministry of Culture again, the UNESCO office, and it will be finished by August 2023. And this second document will, in a way, describe in a detailed way how to transform
these measures into practice, describing also the kind of economic, eventually, involvement that is necessary to let all the companies work in a continuative way. So this, I think, will be the next important step.
I think there's a very important thread that unites you all in that all of these projects aren't an end in themselves. They are part of something. They are leading to the next step. And the stories of how they develop, I think, is very inspiring. Thinking about that question of how things develop, there's two projects amongst you that speak very eloquently of one person or a small number of people having an idea, and then that idea being transformed into something with huge impact. And I see that Adriana's looking at me intently, because I think that your example there is very key. Can you describe, can you identify what it was that got that little idea and turned it into not just a project, but a building and more?
It was indeed an idea, but this idea was born out of the local heritage discovered in the village. So it was just like a blink. It was the idea, but there were centuries of history before Twin Light, and the big frustration that the local community didn't care anymore about this. So we were new in the village, and we came with this fresh eye to discover what they have really available, and with a strong desire to bring it to the larger public. So it started 16 years ago, so it's a history building step by step. That led it to the actual cultural hub, with the help of the community, with the help of the children. The children were really key to the project because their joy for these activities and their listening histories and their smiles also were very important to us and gave us strength to continue. And also the big surprise that we have with the community that was naturally built around the project. Of course, we were too, but many people came with volunteering. They came with donations. They came with loving the story and wanted to make it alive.
And it really is an inspiring story. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, and I would like to take the opportunity to invite the 30 winning projects in an exhibition. This idea came to us some days ago, so it's very fresh. And I invited to build together in Piscu, in the cultural hub, an exhibition of the projects. I think it would be very inspiring for the Romanian society because in Romania we are quite exotic. There are not so many things happening like in the rest of Europe. So for each one of the projects we have this catalog of the museum that we want to share with you, just to let you know about the space, about the story, and to really invite you to build together this exhibition. Thank you.
So there we have it, networking and collaboration happening live in front of your eyes. And I'm sure everyone will certainly take you up on that kind of offer. I can see Elena's already keen as well. The other project I think really speaks to this idea of a small seed of an inspiration that then becomes something that is big and in fact global. And I think I must have to turn to Lesia and ask her to say a few words more about how it was that you grew that single little thought into something that is international.
Thank you. I want to ask Taya, bring our books. please. So, as I said, it was just small student flash mob action, but we believed a lot in our idea, and our team was just 5 students, and now our team is 5 or 6 people, but we have a lot of partnership organizations in Ukraine and abroad. And now, since February, we understood that culture heritage, that we must protect culture heritage, but also culture heritage protect us and is spiritual armor of Ukrainian people. And now not just students, not just people who work with culture heritage understood how important is to know who are we, and culture heritage give us answers, who are we, and give us answer how much we are ready to do to protect most valuable things in our lives. Of course, it's very difficult now because the first task is, of course, to protect people's lives. The most important thing is people's lives, but also culture is a part of every nation, every civilization. And war in Ukraine, Russian war against Ukraine, is a civilization world. It's a world of understanding and of identification. Who are we? Who are they? And why they are enemy? And why they are trying to destroy all countries abroad or all neighboring countries? And now in Ukraine we can see how formed new culture heritage of our time. It's a very heroic heritage of thousands of new poems, 100 new musics, paintings, posters, and I think it will be very interesting to learn in 50 years, on 100 years. So culture, heritage, as I understand now, it's also our memory, and memory about our heroes and best people in every country and in Europe, of course, too. And also, if my colleagues shows books, we must show them too. We have a lot of publishing projects. We made, for example, postcards and other postcards, art books with poems. It's about embroidery, where you can read stories, and very beautiful albums. So we are trying to choose several formats for general public, for kids, for students, for kids in kindergartens, and also, for example, for IT companies or for deputy in Verkhovna Rada. Thank you.
Thank you, Lesia, for some more wonderful and important thoughts. And this has become show and tell. This is fantastic. I'm conscious that we are getting very close to everyone's lunchtime, so in a non too subtle fashion, I'm going to finish up on food. That seems appropriate. And picking up a little on what's just been said about the things that we share, our shared traditions, the things that we can use to build more understanding and tolerance and those values that we all hold dear to us. And as has been said, absolutely, food is one of those. Share perhaps just one or two reflections on just how that's worked for you in being able to build bonds and create positive outcomes through that food heritage.
For me, one of the most important things is to see food as a part of cultural heritage. And if we think about it like this, it's very easy to think then about inventing some kind of activities that will bring people together. And one of the things that was very difficult for us at the beginning was that we didn't have any recipes. It was very difficult for us to find what was the Jewish food in Poland, because right now we have the community, but it's very small, and there is no Jewish restaurants, no Jewish shops, no Jewish markets. So we had to make a pretty big research to find what is actual this our local food heritage, and thanks to Jewish food, we also discovered our Polish food history, because Jewish cuisine is always local cuisine. So when we explored the Jewish cuisine of Poland, Ukraine, Italy, etc., we also found out the history of local food. So it not only join people of different origins, but also shows us that we have a lot of common, and we share a lot of food, and sometimes it's difficult for us to say who was the first to fry potato, or who was the first to make a pasta, or who was the first to make caponata. So, and I think these examples are very good when we think in general about the culture and in general about the cultural heritage. So I really invite you to look at food like this.
Thank you so much. And I think, as you can hear, there's so many common threads in what's been spoken about, and a lot of it is based on the idea of sharing, on bringing people together, and on both respect for other people's tradition, but also looking for the commonalities. So thank you everyone for a fantastic panel. You now know who all of these lovely people are. Please take the opportunity at lunchtime and later on to introduce yourselves and to continue that learning and that sharing. And I'll hand back to Elena now.
this wonderful music. They are students from the Prague Conservatory, I've just heard. Thank you very much. Great. Now it's time for the fourth panel. I would like to invite Maciej Hoffman, the moderator of the session, together with the other speakers of this session. So it's a rather large group, so please come and take a seat. This session will be about cultural heritage as a vector for social cohesion and well-being, and it will be moderated by Maciej. He was a jury member of this year. He has a lot of experience as policy officer at the European Commission, and now has just started a new adventure as a consultant and working for some foundation. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Elena. Amazing. I was looking and making sure you can all fit on this stage, because indeed, this is the biggest panel of all the panels we've had. But yeah, it looks like everyone is here. So yeah, without further ado, I'm very happy to start this session. We're going to talk about how cultural heritage brings people closer together and how cultural heritage makes people feel better. And yeah, there's no better way of doing it than with examples, very specific examples from our laureates of European Heritage Awards, Europa Nostra Awards. We're going to speak about social inclusion, we're going to speak about social cohesion, we're going to go from rivers to islands, we're going to go underground, we're going to be on the ground. We'll look at the examples from all around Europe, and we will even go outside of Europe, geographically speaking, to some parts of Asia. So yeah, very happy to have you all here. I'll ask you to try and be disciplined, because yeah, we're quite a big panel here, and like everyone to talk and maybe have an occasion at the end to ask some questions as well. So yeah, without further ado, we'll start with Rivers of Sofia project from Bulgaria. I'm very happy to introduce Ani Kodiabasheva from the Collective Foundation. Ani has been managing the projects of Rivers of Sofia. She's an art historian with focus in architecture and planning. We really appreciate it as the jury that it's a very local project with relatively low cost, but with very high effects and very big potential transferability of results. So please, Ani, go ahead and tell us about your project.
Thank you so much. So I'm here on behalf of my team at the Collective. I'm just really honored and pleasantly surprised to be here honestly. Our project only started in 2020, and the organization was founded in 2020. And less than 2 years after that, I'm here now, so that's amazing. And I'm wondering if we are the youngest project. I was impressed by the woodworking course in Norway that's been running for 40 years. And I just, we can just aspire to that, and I hope that we get there one day. These are a couple of my colleagues, Martin and Antonia at the top, with a bunch of the students that we work with, young people. This is us doing some silly dance moves on the right. Yeah, I'm just here on behalf of a very large number of people who have joined our projects, our volunteers, the young people who took part in our workshops, all of our partners that is enabling us to do what we do. These are the rivers of Sofia as they still appear today, most of the time, when we're not doing our interventions. As you can see, they're not in the best conditions still. This is actually the heritage for which we won this award. These hewn stones of the artificial riverbeds are listed National Heritage, but as you can see, they're not in the best condition. There is erosion, and there's actually been concrete poured, you can see on the left, on top of these stones, even though they are heritage. But it's really no wonder they're in such poor condition, because these places are completely inaccessible in the city. This is the central part of Bulgaria's capital, but since the artificial beds were made, there's just no access from the street level to the river, and so generations of people have lived in Sofia without ever actually accessing these rivers downtown, and without, access and connection to these places, it's no surprise that there is not much care about them as well. Here on the left, this is a map of the rivers in Bulgaria. They're actually really valuable natural heritage, and with the drought happening right now, we're even more realizing the value of this. And on the right in this map, I believe from the 1920s, you can see the rivers encircling the city and how they define the urbanism of it. So these solutions with the stone riverbeds just enabled flood control, enabled all the rain drainage to go into the river, so it just really was a tool for modern urbanism. And in these two ways, the rivers are really important heritage, you know, as urban engineering solutions, as part of the modern city, and also as natural heritage at the same time. So we really believe they are very important as heritage, even if it's not a typical monument. So one problem, like I mentioned, is the lack of access, and another one I'd like to mention is a general lack of engagement, especially in our part of Europe. So, for example, research by a fellow organization last year found that 84% of people did not feel involved in decision-making about their own city. So it wasn't a huge sample size, but still that's a striking result. And a lot of people feel that they don't really have a voice, according to corroborating research as well. So this is how we get to this condition, which I showed you, that it's just not valued heritage and not a place that's accessible as public space at all. So we changed that in several ways. We changed that with these pop-up design architectural interventions using extremely accessible materials. So this is industrial scaffolding and also some decoration that create access and just change the perception of these places. So in a place where you feel like change is not possible, this kind of change of perception can really go a long way to showing people that we can do something about it. Then we also do these design workshops, especially with young people, high school and university students, where they envision what they would like in their city. And so the great part is then afterwards we build it, so at least temporarily they see their ideas happen and being experienced by everybody, so that's really empowering. We do a lot of media and social media as well. So here you see some of our participants being interviewed on local radio and television stations to talk about their vision. And then after we get this following with the pop-up interventions, with festivals and events, with a lot of media engagement, we're able to also talk to decision makers and to say, hey, there's thousands of people who really enjoy these campaigns who are behind us, so maybe we should care about the quality of the water and about green spaces in the city. And so that's how we turn this into something a bit more like this. This is an image of the first Rivers of Sofia festival in 2020. The most important part is that people are there on the river. It's now a place that they can experience, that they can be part of. There are now children who will have had access to this nature in the city, unlike many generations before that. And this is the festival this year, just earlier this month, when the place was really enlivened with, a lot of people. And here's the role of this intervention in the city, creating a walkable, relaxing public space in what's otherwise a very busy intersection and opening up unexpected public spaces. And so now we're working also on permanent solutions with the local municipality to create access and public space on the rivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ani. And now from Bulgaria, we're going to travel to Finland and look at another very exciting project about recognition of the ownership of cultural heritage. We really appreciated this project, the ways in which it's actually looking at how cultural heritage can help to repair broken links between communities and its cultural heritage, its tradition, and its ownership of the cultural heritage. I'm very happy to invite to speak now Dr. Elina Anttila, who's Director General of the National Museum of Finland, together with Eva-Kristina Nylander, archaeologist associated with University of Helsinki and University of Stockholm, and also involved in the Sami Museum project. I understand you will speak, both of you, so please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Eva-Kristina Nylander, and as you heard, I come from the Sami Museum of Finland, and I bring you warm greetings from Inari, from Samiland, Sápmi.
Ääkka li munne särna, stötött li nesan kruun. Neesnin lie saamjin biok Jerjusik, koklie peittum reetjin. Töit jieni lakku haalan suitet. Petsetön viog lie seiltam jitsees di jiias oomui sholmi vauva. Jerjus lie neesan tisuu piarri suojumust tiet. Ouk peusas tistas i watch töit viikkat. Töt seamma li kaunivuim. Tök mätse sänjanma, ta töi viok li epet miiji huolesta.
Yes, this is what repatriation is about. We are talking about 2,200 objects that the National Museum of Finland returned to the Sami Museum and Sami people in Finland. Repatriation can be defined like in this situation, you are looking at your ancestral heritage through the glass box. But then when you get to know it in person and can interact with it, you feel joy and connection. And Sami people are an indigenous population, and they have a fairly short history of written information made by themselves. That is why the Sami tuoji, the Sami handicraft, Sami objects can be considered to be a kind of database of Sami culture. It carries the knowledge and the wisdom of the ancestors. And like you see, it brings joy to your face to get to know it. In a project, what we did together with the Sami artist Outi Pieski, we revitalized and studied this kind of hat made by Sami women's ancestors in the olden days, and now these hats are being once again carried. In our workshops, we bring together Sami objects from repatriated collections and unite them with the Sami societies all over Sápmi. And there they can be of inspiration for the handicraft makers, but also they are an emotional archive and bond you with your ancestors and give you pride, joy, and empowerment. And also you can call this indigenization. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Eva-Kristina. And I have the pleasure of saying some words on behalf of the National Museum as well. By repatriation, we don't mean only objects transferred back to their homeland. We mean a very large process with engagement, as we heard from Eva-Kristina, and also practical packing, changing information about the objects, and then also communication about this project, and that was a very important part of it. I have only a few points I want to raise here on our behalf. First is that you can have many regulations and laws regulating the repatriations, but I think that the most important thing is the change of museum working. So engaging people and making museums matter to all those people is the basic idea why also we wanted to go on with this repatriation. I think that on our behalf, these objects serve the best the Finnish society and the Sami community when they are transferred back to the Sami people. And they are also given as for their ownership. And that was our decision because we felt that we are still continuing the traditions of those times when the Sami identity and Sami culture were suppressed by the non-Sami population of Finland. And that's why we saw no other possibilities than give it all back. And the as I said, the communication was very important, and I think that it has raised in Finland very well the knowledge of all the people about Sami history and culture in the way that the Sami they themselves want to tell about it. So I think that cultural integrity is most important, and our heritage is the best way to make sustainable societies, because without recognizing the diversity, there is no unity also in the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much for keeping the time, and also for a very powerful message at the end. And now from Finland, we're doing quite a jump, because we're going to the south of Italy, to Naples. And we are going to hear about cooperative La Paranza, which got the award in Heritage Champions category. What we really appreciated is, of course, the great determination, essentially a group of people and friends coming together to discover hidden heritage, we'll hear more about. So I'm very happy to introduce Antonio Della Corte from Cooperativa La Paranza. He's a cultural heritage manager by training, a tour guide. Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. Presenting you this project is, for me, something important, because this is not only a project of our group, but a way that makes people feeling better. The award received, and even the Heritage Champion, confirms that the enhancement of our cultural heritage can change the destiny of an entire community, and above all, the young people. About the young people, I'd like to tell you the story of Vincenzo, who is one of the guys of Cooperativa La Paranza. Vincenzo was born in Naples, in Rione Sanità, a neighborhood where the concentration of the young people is the highest in the city, and a neighborhood surmounted by a bridge, as you can see in the slide before. Think that it's very hard to grow up in this neighborhood. 1 child in 3 leaves the compulsory school. Vincenzo also does not go to school. He's not made to be in a school desk and listen. He wants to discover the world and experience strong emotions. Yes, because if you grow up in this Rione in 2000s, you can hear gunshots in the streets every day. You can be in the drug dealing, even murders, and in the midst of robberies. And if you have no alternatives and you don't go to school, it's all adrenaline, and falling in the wrong nets is too easy. Vincenzo has never met his father because he's in prison, and it's his leader, his mother, who returns late from work in the evening. He stays on the street as long as he can. Think that in Naples, in the popular areas, in the narrow streets, the street is the place where living, the place of release, the place where staying as long as you can. Vincenzo also forgets how to dream. He just wants to escape from his city, or at least earning the minimum necessary to live, even illegally. At 18, Vincenzo is one of the 60% unemployed young people in Naples, and he thinks that the things will never change. Then something unexpected happens. A priest begins to talk to him about the beauty, about the legends of his neighborhood, about the stories of the buildings and the churches. Vincenzo becomes curious, and he wants to learn more. In the meantime, they put a violin in his hands, and together with other guys, he forms a youth orchestra. Thanks to the music, and he starts to get excited again. With the priest, and together with others, Vincenzo starts to travel, starts to discover the main European capitals. Vincenzo is no longer in the street in the evening. He's tired and goes to sleep. And while he sleeps, he dreams to study, because he wants to know everything about the places he sees every day. In 3 years, Vincenzo graduates in archaeology, and his mother wants to give him the Nobel Prize for Culture. We can tell that thanks to the trips and thanks to the journeys, we can open our minds, and we can also tell we invented a local Erasmus project. Every time he returns from these journeys, Vincenzo is caught by a new feeling. It is the desire to change his condition and the condition of his neighborhood. So he believes that the churches, the monuments, the buildings kept in the neighborhood has nothing to envy to those they've seen around Europe. Vincenzo dreams his neighborhood full of visitors almost every day, and discovers that he's not alone. At this point, an incredible thing happens. The priest gives them the keys to these monuments and chooses to trust them. It never happens in Italy. In 2006, La Paranza Cooperative starts. La Paranza means groups of friends in Neapolitan language. These guys want to create jobs thanks to the enhancement of the cultural heritage once abandoned. Vincenzo welcomes the first tourists and gives tours around the catacombs. Together with the friends, he becomes an example. But it's not easy. It's never easy. Think that in the 2008, a guy was killed by accident in the main square of the neighborhood due to a stray bullet. Vincenzo and his friends continue. Vincenzo no lose his hope again, because he's not alone. Over the years, professionals, managers, private sponsors, volunteers decided to join this dream. And they want to change the destiny of the community. The cultural heritage guarded and valued by these young people becomes a tool to start new paths of personal growth, but also create networks of solidarity and help for the weakest people. A community was born around its heritage, and taking care of the monuments becomes an excuse to take care of people. To be honest, we still have many problems nowadays, but we can share with you after 15 years some results. This year we will reach 200,000 visitors to the catacombs. We started in 2006 with only 6,000, more or less. The cooperative now employs 44 young people, and the average age is 35. We have recovered about 13,000 square meters of heritage once abandoned. The Rione Sanità has turned from a place to not to go into a neighborhood to not to be missed in Napoli. And also a study by some universities confirmed that it's possible and has calculated the direct economic impact these activities are producing on the city, 33 million euros. All this and all the things were realized without one single euro from public funds. All this also created, a new sense of ownership in the neighborhood, and the people feel proud to be in this area, to be born in this neighborhood. I forgot. 3 weeks ago, the daughter of Vincenzo was born. She's a girl, and he smiles looking at her. Today, she has so many opportunities to choose from, and Vincenzo is proud for having contributed to build this hope. Thank you for this award. Thank you for your time. Now you know why it's so important to come to us.
Thank you very much for this moving story. Please pass on to Vincenzo that we really appreciated this story you told us, okay? Please make sure you do that. And I really loved that what you said, that essentially taking care of cultural heritage means taking care of people. And I think this is what we all want to hear about from all of you, and that's what we've been hearing. So again, thank you very much. Now we're going to Kosovo to hear about Lombardy Public Again project. We really loved how this project, again, is a very local, possibly, initiative, but that can influence things happening in the region. So we're looking forward to hearing from Ares Sporta how you can effectively oppose the forces that actually threaten cultural heritage. Ares Sporta is the founding director of Lombardy Foundation. He's also a culture manager by trade. And he's very much involved also in, as I understand, regional processes and advising regionally in the region of Prinzel when it comes to the role that cultural heritage can play for the development. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be part of the Excellence Awards, even though I would classify my practice as one of imperfections, of many imperfections that make a good story at least. One of the imperfections is the slides that we prepared, but I hope my storytelling will kind of compensate for it. In February 1952, one very important global event was taking place in England. It was the coronation of Queen Elisabeth II. Only 5 days earlier, a globally irrelevant event took place in my city. Lombardy Cinema was open to the public. We didn't know back then that this would change the history of our city. Lombardy Cinema, I will learn to use this. Is it? Can you? The green one. This is a picture from Lombardy Cinema in 60s. Lombardy Cinema was part of the cinification that was taking place all over Yugoslavia, with the building of a cinema infrastructure as a means of educating the masses, spreading the new ideology, but also modernizing the peasant society. For the first 50 years of its life, the cinema showed a wide array of films, not only Yugoslav partisan movies, but also westerns and spaghetti westerns, Indian films, Mexican films, films from all over the world. They brought sounds, images, stories, and cultures from everywhere to a very isolated society in one of the poorest places of the southeastern Europe, and created a whole new imagination. With the technological, political, economic changes, especially in 80s and 90s, by the time the war was over in 99 and after it, the cinema was redundant. Kosovo, which had 41 cinemas in 81, had only one active cinema after the war, and that was not Lombardy Cinema. But in 2002, a new era started for the cinema, exactly 50 years after it was opened. A local initiative of people who had never in their life been to a film festival set up a DocuFest with a couple of €1,000 and a big heart and a lot of volunteer contribution, developing one of the top 20 documentary festivals in the world, which gives you a ticket to go to Sundance or European Film Awards nowadays. This festival was the demand of the citizens of Prizren for the cinema to come back, but also for culture to come back in our lives, only 3 years after a war which traumas we still experience. In 2007 and 2014, finally the authorities responded to this demand. In 2007, by taking the executive order to demolish the cinema and make it into a parking lot. We stopped it back then. Over there, you can see even the current Minister of Culture, but some cultural activists as well, making a petition and gathering 8,000 signatures within a week in a city where you can become mayor with 20,000 signatures. So it was a big success, and we not only managed to stop the cinema being demolished, we also sent the mayor home in 3 months' time. But we didn't have the capacity to follow up. So 7 years later, again, authorities respond to our demand. Now they decide to privatize, liquidate all the assets, and demolish, to not only make a parking lot, but also a shopping mall. Luckily, only 3 weeks prior to DocuFest, and in your right, you will see the opening ceremony, which was a 3-minute protest, a beautiful one you can see on YouTube, in front of 800 people and live broadcast that really scared the politicians and everyone involved. And that stopped the cinema. But this time we said we need to follow up. We need to build a foundation dedicated for this, to follow on these 5 basic principles: transfer the cinema on public ownership, make the emergency interventions, put it under permanent protection, develop a management plan, secure funds for the full revitalization of the cinema. So we started with fixing it. Prince Claus Fund helped us restore the roof, which saved the cinema permanently. We made it usable so we can prove that there is a need for this and that we can activate this. We started visioning, involving the communities, neighbors, experts, professionals, non-professionals, in trying to build a vision for it, but also a concrete architectural plan, a conservation plan, a functional plan, and also lots of programs that made it public through these years. We were proud to host over 1,200 events and 100,000 people, more than 100,000, in a place that was abandoned for 15 years in the heart of the city. We managed to secure the EU funding, and this year, as we celebrate the poor man's Platinum Jubilee, we are ready to go to restoration, starting already next year. This week we got the permit after 8 years of struggling with the local and central authorities, and I think this story is finally going to be over. I forgot to mention, by the time the cinema was of 20 years of age, 50 years ago, it was the first time authorities decided to demolish it. And they decided for so many times, but never managed to bring it through. The case of the cinema is not only of a cinema, it is also of a state that is only of 14 years of age, that its cultural heritage and cultural policies were not a priority of the state-building process. So we have the luck of establishing new models and a new system that is tailored to the poverty of our country. We have a budget of 2 billion euros annually as a state. So it's something even difficult to conceive for some of us. So where does culture fit in that, or the 3-4 million euros we spend annually on heritage? What can you do with that? But there is all so much to do. But I think it's poverty is a good thing at times, because it can make you think of different value systems, of different ways of doing things, and of different ways of looking at life. And I think this process that is coming to its end, and we're going to unwrap in the next days and figure out what it really meant for us and what it will inform towards the future, and what kind of practices we can establish in a more macro level beyond the scale of a cinema. Thank you very much for your patience and the extra time. It's a pleasure being here.
Amazing. Thank you very much for your powerful message. I think there's a lot to take from it for us. And of course, again, I'm happy that it's a very positive message, but we'll cheer for the continuation of the project. Okay, now we're going to Poland. And we have here with us the charity champion, Elżbieta Szumska, who's there in the audience.
Yeah.
It's also a very personal and touching story, because Elżbieta traveled here together with 2 of her daughters from Złoty Stok, which is actually on the border of Poland and Czech Republic. It's not that far from here, I was told. It's about 3 hours drive, so that's okay. We'll have Marta speaking on behalf of her mom. So yeah, that's the first of the 2 family projects, if I may say so, that we'll hear about this session. Yeah, very interesting and again, very touching story that we appreciated as a jury, showing personal dedication to cultural heritage, but also linking to the topic of slow and sustainable tourism, which you also believe is very, very important. So Marta is here, and I understand you will share with us also how it's growing up with heritage and with mom, that from being a guide in the gold mine becomes the owner of the gold mine. So what is this like?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you spoiled my surprise, because I was supposed to tell it is a story about my mom, our mom. Obviously, we arrived here, me, Elisabeth, mom, and Meg, my sister. We still have a brother, so it's family business. It became very, very long time ago, I think. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a story, I think it's quite interesting, about very special person for me, because it's my mother, but she did so amazing job, and it's very difficult to tell the story of 25 years of hard work in 5 minutes. And this clock, it's looking like the bomb will explode in a minute. I tell you, it's very stressful here. Anyway, how it started, the story of the gold mine, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm pressing the button. Yeah, it's where we are, not that far from here. So 3 hours from our home to Prague. As you see, that's the gold mine. That's the way how it was looking like. 25 years ago, even more, local government decided to open it for the public as a tourist attraction. Obviously, they opened it and did nothing more. They thought it will be a gold mine, but nobody really believes in the place. And in that time, our mother, Elisabeth, she started working there as a guide, tourist guide. And she, very first moment when she stepped into this mine undergrounds, she fell in love with the corridors, with history, and with all mysteries hidden there. And 25 years she was working to explore, to find the roots of this history. We were possessing it. After a while, she became a shareholder, and after another few years, she became the main shareholder, like an owner of the gold mine. So yes, it is very interesting to grow up in a family with a gold mine, with no gold mine, with no gold in it. So, but it's very interesting how she started. On the beginning, there were like 30 exponents, 30 souvenirs from the past. Now it's few thousand. We collect everything as a family. Our mother was searching for everything for many years, and now, for example, next to her is sitting Mr. Joseph Bogner, who just wave to everybody. Joseph, yeah, that's a very important person for us. After a few years of searching, because this part of Poland we are living now, it were Germany before Second World War. So there were previous people living there. And my mother, she found these people, and she found Josef, and she found the museum about our town, somewhere deep in Germany. So that's the story began. She fell in love in this history, and she started building the history on her own. As you see, it's not lady sitting on the desk. She's searching deeply, literally searching. So if there is a need to work in the mine, she's doing that with the miners, and every scrap she found, she bringing home. So can you believe what happened at home sometimes when she finished? That's the treasures. That's a very huge treasures for us, so we collect them. It's very easy to invest if you have money. It's not a problem to start a huge business if you have money. When you don't have money, you need to use your imagination, and that's my mom did. We bought the very old boat on a scrapyard. We painted, and we made a new tourist attraction. We bought some masks in the shop, and we create the gnome, so the treasure keeper. You want people to come back to your place. We did it. Every single year we're taking something new in a mine. We open another tourist attraction, the medieval village. So we're showing people how the miners were working in medieval times. Yes, 1 minute, I know. Rule number 3, earn only where necessary. The free car parks, the free toilets, the free, lovely, huge museum with few thousand exhibits, free of charge for everyone who wants to see the history of the Złoty Stok. That's very important rule for us, for our family. That's what our mother taught us. Look after the place you live. So it's working. We try to help to restore monuments around, so they were in a ruin, now they're working. She created the museum, I told you, with few thousand exponents, exhibits, and it's amazing stories. And I've got 5 seconds left, so it's not a story for tonight. We opened and discovered new mine, and we open it for the public. So it's something what you could come and see. And rule about the rules. Don't expect anything in return. Only love and the passion. That's what creates. That's what mom always said at home. And I think she's a really champion of the heritage because she collects so many people. She found the last living member of the family of the German owners of the mine. And she was very, very ill at that moment. So that was really lack of the time. Because half year later, Barbara Giltler, she died. And if not my mom, we will never know another stories from her. So, as you see, now we are a huge tourist attraction. We start with nothing, and it's huge family business, and hopefully one day you will come and visit our place. So, 1 minute to more. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this personal story. I'm sure we would love to hear more. We would love to hear more from all of you. But we'll have some occasions as well. We'll have some networking occasions, so we will be able to ask all the speakers from this session about their experiences. So again, that's great to have you all here. So now we're going to Portugal and Museum in the Village project, which is all about linking local rural communities and museum institutions. We really appreciated how this project was demonstrating that cultural heritage can help well-being. So we're very happy to have here Gabriela da Rocha. I hope I'm pronouncing it more or less okay. Yes. She's a museologist. She's an enthusiast of the Makers movement. And she works for the Museum the Village project. What else? She's of Brazilian Portuguese descent. Yeah, we're very happy to have you here, Gabriela, and looking forward to hearing your story.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we talk about museum approach in an agent society. Let me just, oops, sorry. It's here, right? Okay. So I have a question for you. How can we build closer relationships between museums and rural and remote communities? So allow me to introduce you Museum the Village, a social project that brings together museum and rural communities from 26 Portuguese counties with the purpose of fostering human connections and also promoting cultural engagement. As you can see, our target group are senior citizens, and today I will talk how we have been achieving this important mission. So, after identifying the communities, we start by getting in touch with them by using music and theatrical activities so we can get to know them better and also promote reflections on their own cultural heritage. So the outcomes of these first interactions will help us to better identify which is the most meaningful museum object we can bring to that local community. Yes, we are taking objects from museums to rural villages. And here are two examples of how we do that. So on the left, we have a 3-meter sculpture arriving at a local fish market. And on the right, we have a 3-ton artwork about to be installed in one of the village streets. At this stage of the project, not only the community have the opportunity to interact with the museum objects, but they are also responsible for presenting it to other visitors. And you may be wondering for how long they can interact with these objects in the village, right? Let me tell you, they can stay with it from 1 day to up to 2 months before it returns to the museum. After that, we invite the senior citizens to create something together. Collective artwork based on what they consider to be the most meaningful and important things to be shared from their village and also from themselves. And this village, for example, decided to use the wind as a source of inspiration, since they live in a very windy area. And this other one painted a huge carpet in one of the village streets and is still there, available for visitors. Finally, the community has the opportunity to present the artwork, the collective artwork, at the museum. And to do so, we promote them, we provide them with a unique moment through an artistic performance where everyone can participate. And this is how we believe we strengthen bonds between communities and the museum experience, showing that we can all express our cultural heritage in a creative way at any age. Thank you very much. Of course, none of this would be possible to achieve without our partners, local authorities, and sponsors. My name is Gabriela. I'm a museologist at SAMP. And if you want to know more about this project, we are based at Pousos in Portugal. If you want to know more about this project or other SAMP projects, my team and I will be here for the next few days, and we would love to share our experience with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and yeah, another award for you for the time management, because you are the first one that managed before the gong. I know it's very difficult, by the way, to really squeeze into 5 minutes all these personal and emotional stories. Well, I would like to very much encourage you, by the way, to go on Europa Nostra and the European Heritage Awards website if you haven't already done that, because you can also see very nice and interesting videos next to all the laureates, which actually also very well tell the stories that we're hearing here. Yeah. Without further ado, next speaker. Now we're traveling to Menorca. I'm very happy to have here with us Mar Rescalvo Pons. who will tell us about Ilha del Rey project. This is a project that really touched us as a jury. I think we can safely say that quite a few of us in the jury were shocked by looking at the numbers. So really that you managed to achieve so much. The level of engagement was impressive. At the same time, I think also the quality of restoration was something that stood out. So yeah, just to mention here that you were awarded in the conservation and adaptive reuse category. So we're looking forward, Mar, to hear your story.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's put a bit of a context. Of course, I come from Minorca. Minorca, it's one of the islands from the Balearic Islands, and our project, Ilha del Rey, the King's Island, is at the Mahon Port. The Mahon Port is one of the biggest natural ports in Europe, and this is one of the existing islands. This island has 40 hectares, and in 1711, the English army founded the naval hospital. 1763, the French occupied Minorca. 1781, the Langara is where the art center is. It was built. 1802, the island returned to Spain. 1888, discovery of the remains of a Paleo-Christian basilic. 1964. The hospital is discussed, and here it's when everything started. It's like we start beginning of the 18th century where the hospital was built, but then it was a lot of years where the hospital was completely abandoned, the hospital and the island. Then it's in 2004 when a group of volunteers that led by Luis Alejandre, who is here with us, start going to the island every single Sunday to start restoring and recuperating an abandoned island. I'm the director of Hauser and Wirth, and this project started much later in 2017, and we opened in 2021. Just to put a bit of a context as well, it's a public island. It belongs to the town hall of Mahon, but the foundation are the ones who have a concession to manage the island, and we just rent a smaller space. I think this project is also very interesting because we create a lot of synergies with public, community, this non-profit, and us, that it's a private company. Let's talk about the foundation. It's like when they started, here we have some photograph of how the hospital was looking like. Then it was completely destroyed because of the pass of the years. And now look at this, it's like they restored the hospital, but even more important, it's not only it's like a restoration, they also gave content to the hospital. Then if you visit us, you are going to be able to enjoy a museum, and that explains the history of the island, and as well a center that explains the history of the Mahon port. They have around 120 weekly volunteers. It's like if you come every single Sunday, they are there working from 7 in the morning till 11:30 because afterwards they want to spend time with their families. Then it's a certain amount of time. They had 125 attendees to the guided tours, and they collected €2 million from private and public funds to restore it. Apart from that, they also got a lot of donations from pharmacies and doctors, etc. Hauser and Wirth Minorca, this is an art center. It's like we belong to a group of galleries all over the world. It's like we have galleries in New York, in Hong Kong, London, Zurich. And since 2017, we discovered an abandoned building that was the Langara, this annex of the hospital foundation, and the presidents, Ivan and Manuela, suggested to have an art center here. From the beginning, it's like we had the support of the foundation and as well from the town hall. It's like this is how it looks like now. It's like the conservation project was done by Luis Laplace, but we always work with a group of local architects. And the foundation and us always also work with the same technicians, architects, landscapers, urban planners. We opened last year, July 2021. We have welcomed more than 100,000 people and more than 4,500 people participating in learning activities. It's like, as I said, one of the aims of the foundation and of Hauser and Worth is to create that synergy. It's not only between us, it's like also with the Menorca community. Then this is why we always try to find partnerships to make a very interesting program for learning. Then thank you very much, and please come and visit us.
Thank you very much, Mar. It's amazing how you can travel with cultural heritage. We are essentially jumping the map every 5 minutes. So yeah, it's quite a ride, especially after having lunch. So just so early ahead. So yeah. Last but not least, I'm very happy to welcome Furkan Yavuz, who comes to us from Bayburt in Turkey, in Anatolia. It's another family story here because Furkan has his family with him as well. He will tell us more about that in a second. He's the brand ambassador and member of the board of directors of Kenan Yavuz Ethnography Museum. We really love that this project is such a local, again, quite grassroots initiative, empowering the local community, but also something that can be used as an example for other areas, other depopulating areas in Europe and beyond. So yeah, please, Furkan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this lovely introduction. My name is Furkan Yavuz, and I am indeed the proud and very happy son of the co-founders, Sibel Yavuz, my mother, and my father, Kenan Yavuz, who are with us in the audience today, as well as my aunt, Özner Yavuz, whose contributions have been invaluable to the museum, and you can recognize their cameras who are taking many photographs of me. This journey that took us to Prague today wasn't planned at all. It was almost destined, one might believe. It all started with a young Kenan Yavuz who was born in Bayburt into a family of farmers who had many challenges financially, but he had dreams. So he decided that he had to leave Bayburt in the chase of the academic background and to start his career in the big city in Istanbul. The journey took him to managing some of the largest financial operations in Turkey, but ended up going back to where it all started, to Bayburt with his companion Sibel Yavuz. A story they created that many wanted to volunteer and be part of from that day on. Bayburt is located in Anatolia, in the Black Sea region of Turkey. It has been home to some of the greatest empires, Byzantine Empire, Seljuk, Ottoman Empire, and has unfortunately suffered from the largest population losses in the history. With the population loss, the region started to lose its cultural values, its heritage, the architecture, and the people. In 2012, we decided to build a family home to accommodate everyone in the family. We have a big family indeed. My father wanted to also build a small amphitheater in the garden so that the kids of the village could watch movies, because when he was a kid, this was some of the most desired but the hardest thing to do. With the ice creams and the movies, we also decided to have movie evenings, music evenings, dance to folk dances with our neighbors, and also build a small storage in the garden where we would exhibit the family heirlooms. One thing led to another. People of the village were more excited to donate items from their families as well, and it attracted more people to visit from neighboring villages. With the growth of 6 years, in 2019, we've become an official museum of Kenan Yavuz ethnography. When we became the museum, my mother became the architect of this development. My father became the head of the stone workers when they were doing the constructions. My aunt became the tour guide, and I became the presenter. My sister-in-law became the fashion designer of the clothes that we were selling. Nobody in the family had the academic background or the skill sets that was needed for this project, but we had two things in common, and that was ownership and loyalty. Experiential tourism was the thing that we found ourselves to be part of. It was the way that we wanted the public to engage with the things that we were representing. The food workshops, the culinary competitions, the field trips, the harvest festival, threshing, working in the mill, producing the flour, taking it to the tandoor, making the bread, eating it with some local-made cheeses, storytelling hours in the library with the kids. Reviving the local architecture by actually building all the buildings in the museum by reusing the ruins in the neighboring villages. On the evening of 6th of May 2021 was when things changed. This was no longer a family project, but a responsibility for our region. We were awarded by the European Museum Forum and experienced a change the course of action. And we celebrated by hosting a gala evening in Istanbul, a small village who was hosting this big event to unite with more diverse generations to take it to the future. Since then, our responsibility has grown even more. My aunt has established a women's association in the village, and they started to transform how the village square should be looking like, and creating spaces where people could actually establish small businesses moving forward. Our efforts and goals were recognized and celebrated by this wonderful organization, receiving the Europa Nostra Award for citizen engagement and social awareness raising, which will strengthen our cause and our impact that we will have locally. Our goals are to revive the local heritage and the values of Anatolia, of Bayburt, creating economic opportunities for the region and becoming a leading example for experiential tourism, making sure that no more Kenans will have to leave the village, but be able to create their own opportunities in the region. Our vision is that Bayburt will one day become a tourism destination in Turkey, and we will reverse the migration back to the villages. We'd like to thank you, everyone, for sharing our story, for this opportunity. We'd like to thank the kind jury of Europa Nostra, the members, and all the founders and the partners of this incredible organization. It has been a pleasure to be with you in Prague today. We really look forward to welcoming you soon to Kenai Ethnography Museum in Bayburt, Turkey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Furkan, for this story, for this testimonial, and please do take a chance to talk to Furkan and his family while they're here with us. So yes, because I think we had two speakers that were very disciplined, and bravo for you as well for keeping the time. 10 minutes, okay, I'm looking at Elena. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, I was thinking to ask you quite a quick question, but yeah, maybe let's start with this one and then we'll see how it progresses. Yeah, so essentially I wanted to ask you, reveal a secret, namely the secret ingredient that you have for linking people to cultural heritage. I know it's a secret. Once you reveal it, it won't be a secret anymore. But since we're here in a group of friends, I think it will be well spent. So yeah, I suggest we start with Gabriela, and then we just go from left to right.
Okay. So the principal ingredient for the success of the project, I think it was the modus operandi, because it designed the whole team that will be of professionals that will be work in this project, and also we have a huge network that help us to go far to other countries, help us to work with different villages. And also I think something that is very special in this project is that our team, we have a lot of different kinds of professionals in our team. We have museologists, we have sociology, we have psychologists, we have dancers, we have musicians, and we are all good listeners. So we listen to the village, we learn with them. We are very proud to say that we could find great people there, we could find great artists, and we could meet great friends. And something that is very special in this project is that we invite them to create together. And the village, sometimes they are very closed, but sometimes they already work in something, but they never had the opportunity to create artwork together. So I think this is our best ingredient to be part of this, to work with them creating artwork. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you.
From our side, I think heritage, local heritage or cultural heritage is a term that is global. Every region has its own values and things that needs to be preserved, and move to the future. However, even though it's global, it is also unique in its own way. Every region, as I mentioned, has its own values. And I think the most important thing to make it successful, to be actually staying alive for the future, is not staying local, but also creating the ownership from people who are maybe not from there, people who has never been introduced to that culture. And how we have been doing it and hopefully achieving is through creating the experiences that wouldn't require any background or any previous relation with that culture. In our museum, we don't have a huge collection of items. What we have is the activities that are being done in the museum. I'm sure there are countless more museums in Turkey who has far better collections than what we have. But what we are trying to do is uniting the locals with the visitors when they are in the museum to have a hands-on experience and to actually remember what they have done. And we are pretty certain that that's going to be in their memories far longer than if we were providing with more instructions or information that was provided in the museum. And since we don't have the background in history or running a museum or anything at all related to it, that kind of helps us to be more relatable to the public. I think when we see what we see in the museum is meeting lots of people that may even not have the educational background to be able to read, but they will still be able to understand what's happening there, regardless of the age or which ethnic background they're coming from. And we will hope to continue doing that in the future as well.
To me, the ingredient, the key, is what I told you in that sentence. No, taking care of the heritage is a way to take care of people. Actually, this is what we did. We experienced every day those beautiful places. We entered those places almost every day. Sometimes we played in the churches. Sometimes there were abandoned churches never used. And actually, the priest, who is the one who started, the one who gave us the idea to do that, is a priest of main parish church in the area, make us feeling those places different, making us understand how those places could be a way to invite people to do things. When we started, as it happened in many cases, we did not have the skills to do what we do nowadays. We started giving tours as amateur activities. I gave the tours the first time to the friends of the priest and friends of his friends. This is the way we started. But then, through the heritage and through those first experiences, we fell in love with that heritage, and we tried to, continue the dream, teaching the others, teaching the younger generations, and inviting the community to leave these places. So the idea is not to keep and to preserve just the monuments. We want to make those stones alive and make the monuments generate life even now, not something to be kept under a glass bell to be seen.
Well, our origin story is people coming together to save heritage. So there was already a baseline of people who care about that particular heritage site. So for me, the role was to create a process and an environment where people will have a sense of ownership, will find a place for themselves to contribute through their memories, through their hours, through their time, knowledge, through their attendance. Decides to activate it. There is no heritage without the people who are engaging with it. And we had the privilege of having a stage for film, for performing arts, for music, research programs that could inform people about the cinema, about the city, about many things they were curious about. So having the right amount of time, not being driven by projects and indicators, but being driven by a process and some honest desire to not only revive one space, but through that to create conditions for a more livable city. And in that sense, to see heritage as more powerful than it is seen in other places, as a very important pillar of the city and the place we are in, and as a thing that can make us in a better negotiating position in regard with what kind of future we want for our place. So it is not a linear process. It has its backs and forths, but then honesty, and also honesty in failure, has been an important part in people to keep on believing and not losing many people in the road, because these community processes are not all good, successful, and with armies of people going behind each other. There is an emotional investment that all of us do, and creating an environment where people will feel okay and not used for contributing to a cause is a very important role for those who are in charge of these communities and initiatives. So this is my...
Yeah, I completely agree. It's like for us as well, I think the key thing is the community. It's like these volunteers that started in 2004, and they took care for a place that they loved. And first of all, of course, they had to take care of the heritage. But if you don't put content, it's like, then why, no? Then I think this is the key thing. And the second thing, it's like, how do you give content to that? Then what we created on the island is that synergies, as I was explaining before, no? Where we have history, we have heritage, we have community, but we also have contemporary art, we have nature, and we have education. That it's very important. Then in the end, we have it's like people from all over the world. It's like coming, and some of them come to see a sculpture of Louis Bourgeois, and then they do a guided tour by one of the volunteers that explain the history of the hospital. And then maybe it's like they get more private funds to continue, you know, all this conservation, and we kind of create these links with, you know, a big group of the community.
Yes, well, for us, I think in the Sami Museum, while getting these repatriated objects back, it's very important to, like I already said, bring the Sami communities to see the objects. They have the traditional knowledge, and the crafters have the traditional skills. And when we combine it with the information we try to give from the museum side, we try to give the provenance of these objects. When people can work with them, work with their hands, their bodies use the same movements than their ancestors, while they worked with the old objects that have come back. Then you kind of create also new meanings, and you can discuss about difficult things. And that's something that we are really concentrated in. And I think for us, it remains to be seen what happens. But this is something that we are really much concentrating on, and working with the communities, listening what is on the surface, and of course working in the museum by being culturally sensitive and all the time kind of listening to the heartbeat of the communities.
In this case, it was also very much about emotions. We made an exhibition together about the repatriation and about Sami history and culture, and we worked together with the Sami representatives, and the whole project was very emotional for us. I think that in the beginning, the decision to repatriate was, in a sense, reasonable, but then it became also very emotional. And the thing that we saw how much these objects were kind of waking up to live in the hands of the Sami people, that made us feel it very, very strongly. And I think that this was also experienced by the visitors coming to the exhibition, because a lot of them were telling our arts, which were present in the exhibition halls, that they were just starting to cry, and they said that I didn't understand this about Sami history. I never knew this happened, and such feelings came into the surface. And I think it was 70% of the visitors who wrote that their understanding about Sami history had changed. And this was really a strong emotion, and therefore I think all our audiences were really engaged and involved in the exhibition.
Okay, but coming back to the question is how to make the people to join and to cultivate the heritage. I think if you want to follow, that people will follow you, you have to be a good example. Our mother, she provides like a tradition in our town. She look after the abandoned cemetery. Every single year, 1st of November, that's the celebration of the when you're going to the cemeteries. She went to the abandoned cemetery and she put the lights on the abandoned graves. Every year, me, my sister, my family, we join her. After a while,
our company, our people we employ, they join us after many years. Now it's huge tradition. 1,000 lights are lights of memories. It's abandoned place. Nobody is coming there to put the lights to remember these people. We are doing that. So if you want to be followed, have to be a good example of the heritage. And I think my mom is.
Yeah, I guess our approach is similar to what you're describing, actually, that we start from place. And the kind of hack that we found is that you can do temporary changes. Even legally, you know, this is a great approach because it's easy to get permission from the authorities to do something temporary, you know, as for an event. I've heard from peers in other countries also that this works. And then you can build the change that you want, like you're describing about the lights. You can do that, and so that's what we try to do. We just see a place that looks not in a good condition, and in affordable ways we transform it, and it's like this bit of magic. And I've heard over and over again people tell me, "You're going to do a festival where? Like, are you crazy? That's a terrible idea." And then they see it, and when everybody's there, it's lit up, and they're like, "Oh wow, it's actually nice." And for people to be able to see that, you know, sometimes even an image isn't enough, but a rendering, you know, by an architect, but actually being there creates this sense of possibility, and it really is like practical magic. And yeah, just build what you would like to see, even if it's temporary, and that then can actually lead to longer-term change. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I think we've heard a very good recipe. I think it's the time to wrap up the session, but just, yeah, again, very shortly, I mean, such an amazing list of things, you know, do temporary things that can become real change. Think about emotions, think about creating new meanings, care for heritage and care for the people too. Create place environment for the people, by the people, with the people. Think about honesty and genuine desire of people, set the example. Think about diversity and openness, think community history, heritage, nature, and contemporary creation. And last but not least, think about the local people and also create the ownership beyond your local community. It's a great recipe for success, but of course, with every recipe, we need good cooks above all, and you're the masters of heritage. So again, please give a warm round of applause. It was a pleasure to be your moderator.
Thank you so much. It's now time for the last session. This session will be moderated by Joanna Leisner. She has been working in cultural heritage research in various EU and national projects for over 20 years. We focus on climate change, environmental pollution, and sustainability issues. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends and lovers and supporters of cultural heritage. This last session, we have heard so many inspiring examples how people helped to support and to enhance our cultural heritage. In this last session, we are dealing with a topic which I think is the biggest problem we are facing right now. It is about climate change and how we can empower with the people to support our cultural heritage, empower cultural heritage to fight against climate change, to mitigate and to adapt. And sustainability is the overall overarching topic, how we can reach sustainability in these times of climate change, which is, I think, really the biggest threat we are facing as human beings. So we come now to the first board, and this will be the Villa E 2027 by Eileen Gray, fantastic woman, which is hardly known by so many people. We will see how this fantastic villa at the seaside of the French Riviera has been restored, and how they were fighting against the big problems of corrosion from sea salt and maintaining the furniture and the collections inside. So we will see a film.
This is Roquebrune Cap Martin in the south of France.
The Villa E1027 was designed by the Irish designer Eileen Gray with help from her Romanian architect friend Jean Badavisi in 1929. By the year 2000, when the villa was purchased by the French State Coastal Conservancy and by the town, it was in bad shape. British businessman Michael Lickerman's Fondation Cap Moderne was appointed to manage restoration, and he appointed an expert international scientific committee chaired by Jean-Louis Cohen to oversee the work. The heritage architect Claudia Devaux led a team of architects from Germany, France, Austria, and Switzerland. There was a lot of work to be done. Most worrying was the concrete, which had corroded badly due to infiltration from the balcony. With the support of the Getty Foundation, the balcony was waterproofed and a network of electrical cathodes was installed to arrest further corrosion of the rebars. The northwest pier had to be underpinned, and the solarium, partially destroyed by a eucalyptus tree, was restored. The tiled surfaces on the south side were reconstructed to their 1929 state, and the terraces were drained, restored, and replanted with lemon trees under the supervision of Philippe Delliot. The windows were dismantled, zinc-coated, and reassembled. The interiors had suffered most, stripped of all the furniture and vandalized. The first room to be restored in 2015 was the bathroom, under Professor Arthur Rueg as consultant. In 2016, Burkhard Ruxio and Renaud Barres were appointed to restore the fixtures and fittings. They were supported by a team of specialized craftsmen and women from France, Austria, Germany, and Italy. The results are spectacular. Room by room, using meticulous archival and archaeological research, the house has come to life. Marie-Odile Hubert led a team identifying the original paint colors and revealing Eileen Gray's inscriptions, as well as restoring the Le Corbusier wall paintings. The textiles and rugs were woven by hand by Uta Huber-Lyra in Vienna. The wall chart was painstakingly recreated from original sources. Surviving pieces of Gray's furniture in public and private collections were analyzed. Salvaged elements were supplemented by period items. Piece by piece, the interiors were reconstructed. After 7 years' work, at a cost of 6 million euros, half from the French state and half from private fundraising, the house is now open to visitors from all over the world, 4 times a day, under the management of the Center for National Monuments. A book detailing the restoration has been published in English and French.
So we have only 1 minute to say that we are only 2 here, but you have understood that we were 4 architects and also other people and the workers from all the Europe, and it was a very difficult work, but I think we have done something very interesting, I hope. And the idea was to show a house exactly as if it was maintained in a good condition from the beginning to now, and not if it was constructed just yesterday, if you can understand the difference. And about the concrete, Claudia will speak to you what we have done.
Yes, so conserving the existing was a sustainable approach, and we were involved in a program of the Getty Foundation, which supported this project to restore the concrete with a cathodic protection, in order not to destroy the existing, to conserve also in a way for the historical monuments, but also to look further how to restore in difficult conditions for concrete, which is a big issue today in historical monuments. So this was very important, and we had a lot of chance that this project was supported by many people who helped us also with fundraising and to pay these new proceedings.
That's enough, I think. Just a word about also about the furniture we have restored and reconstructed. It's also a problem because we are in front of the sea. So we have done a very important maintenance guide for the guardian, for the staff, to help them to know exactly how to clean the nickel steel, how to clean the wood, and all the details.
Yes, the idea is to do every time a little bit, that the things does not destroy, and that you don't have to restore all over again, but to do all the time. So we put up also to intervene by the artisans every year to do what is important at the seaside.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Reno and Claudia, for this insight, and especially this reinforced concrete, how we can save this from the corrosion that could be extended to other buildings, hopefully. Yeah. So we are coming now to a hero of cultural heritage. Sadly, Kostas Karos has passed away in February, but we will hear about his groundbreaking work he has done for cultural heritage, and Sneska, you will be the best ambassador for him.
Dear friends, if there is an iconic heritage champion, I think this was Kostas Karas. But I think he was also much more than a heritage champion. I think he was a true heritage missionary with a legendary voice. And João, I was thinking now this voice would have resonated wonderfully in this room. And I think all of you in this room who have had the joy and privilege of knowing him and working with him, you would agree with me that he would have been extremely proud and extremely moved to be standing here as one of the winners of the European Heritage Awards. And I think he would be particularly happy to share the stage with so many young people. I think that would have been the biggest joy for him after having given himself all his life to the cause of heritage. Alas, as you have just heard, sadly, Costa passed away on the 28th of February of this year. And Elleniki Etaria, the organization that he has created 50 years ago, they have asked me to just say a few words about him, not as Secretary General of Europa Nostra, but I would say as one of his most ardent disciples. In 2 minutes, to say something about Costa, in 2 minutes, mission impossible. But Joanna, I think he could have been part of every single panel today, because what he has done for the cause of cultural heritage in Greece and in Europe definitely covers all these various dimensions. But I know that he would approve being here part of this panel, because sustainability and the fight for climate action, it has been something which he was dedicated, not just now, but he started in 50 years ago when he was dedicated to this cause. He knew that culture and nature is two sides of one coin. And if you are a true conservationist, you have to be a conservationist for cultural heritage and for environment at the same time. He had this phenomenal lateral thinking, bridging so many topics. And when I still say that, it's about the importance of cultural heritage for climate action, but it's also the link between our shared cultural heritage and our shared values. The link between heritage and democracy, the rule of law, peace, reconciliation. All these things were the different sides of the same coin and of the mission of his life. He was an enormous erudite in a holistic way: history, politics, environment, religion, archaeology, architecture, but he was also a visionary leader, brain and motor of so many successful campaigns for heritage, and I'll just mention two from revitalization of Plaka area in Athens to the saving of the Delphic landscape, and his enormous audacity and the power of persuasion. So personally, I'm grateful, like many other people, for his legacy. He was a mentor and inspiration for all of us. And 32 years, I have been continuously learning from him. And it's a great emotion that after 32 years, this is the very first Congress without him. But he's everywhere, and his spirit is with us. He inspired so many people. But among the many people who inspired him, there is one person, one and only, Lydia, his lifetime companion, his beloved wife, who has been all these 50 years doing all this together with him. And that's why there is nobody else than Lydia Karas who tomorrow will receive this award on his behalf. We will, of course, continue the legacy. I think he would want from us the best way to honor him is to continue to fight, and that's why we have created the Europa Nostra Heritage Hub in Athens, and that's why also we have dedicated this very special edition of our magazine dedicated to Southeast Europe, the region he came from, to Costa Karas' memory. And I hope you have all taken this magazine, read it, and I think you will also feel the energy and inspiration of him and of many other people from the region. And he has done so much for Europa Nostra, but Europa Nostra honored him already with a Medal of Honor in 2013 in Athens. But what we are doing here in Prague, it is Europe as a whole, Europe of cultural heritage, together with the European Union, honoring and paying tribute to a legendary European and Greek heritage champion, Costa Karas.
I wish to pay special tribute to one Greek member of our family. That person has made a unique contribution to the promotion of the cause of heritage and environment conservation in Europe. I am, of course, referring to Mr. Costa Karas.
Now, Costa, very selfishly in Europa Nostra, we are very happy that somewhere, sort of more than half of your life, you have basically discovered your true vocation and your true mission. And we are very happy that it was not theater, and we are very happy that it was not shipping, that it was to become the leader of the conservation movement in Greece and in Europe.
Ο Κώστας Καράς ήταν μια μοναδική προσωπικότητα, ένας άνθρωπος με ιδιαίτερη αγάπη για το περιβάλλον, σεβασμό για την πολιτιστική κληρονομιά, ένας άνθρωπος ο οποίος με διαμόρφωσε και σαν προσωπικότητα και σαν επιστήμονα, ο τρόπος με τον οποίο εκφραζόταν, πάντα τεκμηριωμένος, αλλά πάρα πολύ δυναμικός, θα με συντροφεύει σε όλη μου τη ζωή.
I never met Kostas Karas in person, but he made a very strong impression by meeting him online. It was during COVID time, and it was during the struggle for the preservation of the Byzantine find at the Thessaloniki Metro. From his sickbed, he appeared in our last webinar, and I think anybody who knows their end is near and has to decide what they're going to do, they always choose what matters most to them. I think it is a legacy for younger people, for older people, for all of us. It's what really matters existentially for all of us. And he showed us this by example.
If there was any honor I was ever to receive, this is the one which I would say I treasure most. And this for three reasons. First, because Europa Nostra is one of the most eminent of organizations of civil society, who in our generation are performing an absolutely fundamental role in preserving the confidence of citizens all over Europe in democratic process. Second, because Europa Nostra has placed at the center of the European project the cultural heritage of Europe, which is the only way Europe can revive and prosper. Third, because in the struggle of our generation and coming generations for a sustainable world, it will be necessary to draw on all the wealth of the tradition of the past, as well as on all the power of innovation in the future, in order to overcome a recent heritage of arrogance and greed, and in order to achieve the consequences we all desire.
What a profit for the future. We have to think cultural heritage together with our natural heritage. And that is a good introduction for our next presentation, for our next panelist. It is from Italy. It is about 8,000 kilometers of a path through nature, through cultural landscapes, enjoying nature, and also to see that we need nature. And heritage can be best enjoyed in a fantastic cultural landscape. And the floor is yours now from Vasantiero, from Italy. It will be Sara Furlanetto. She will tell us more about this project. And Yuri Basilico.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are Sara Furlanetto and Yuri Basilico, founders of the Vasantiero Association and Project, which consisted in a 3 years long expedition on foot along the Sentiero Italia, which is the longest mountain trail in the world. So what's Vasantiero about? It all started in 2016 after casually discovering the existence of the Sentiero Italia. Which was a big vision started in the 80s. But despite its incredible heritage, both natural and cultural, it was completely unknown and abandoned at the time when we found about it. So we decided to invest our lives in creating a unique experience which could spark some light on this trail and on Italian mountains, while promoting hiking as well as a tool of knowledge and of sustainable empowerment of inland areas. But before setting off, we spent 2 years working on the creation of our expedition. So at a certain point, we left our jobs. We built a wide network of partners in order to amplify the voice of the project. And of course, we created a team of volunteers and lastly, we launched a crowdfunding campaign which involved a wide public.
Finally, in 2019, we set off for the Sentiero Italia, which took us 3 years to be completed. And here is our full team, so everyone with a specific role, a photographer, a video maker, a cultural researcher, a graphic design, a hiking guide, a logistic officer, and a retired driver who was following us with the support van. And this is the Sentiero Italia. So in the map you can see the 3 expeditions we made from north to the south between 2019 and 2021. And we walked basically for almost 8,000 kilometers in 365 stages. We touched 16 national parks and hundreds of small mountain villages, so along the whole country. And I would like to add that despite the impact of globalization and industrialization, there is no place that has preserved its natural and cultural identities better than the mountain areas. And yet little has been done to recognize them and their importance in relation with the challenges of the present and of the near future. And that's why we thought that the Sentiero Italia could have such a big role in relaunching the Italian highlands.
So let's see what the expedition was actually about. Walk, discover, share. This is the simple, very simple philosophy that we applied to our journey, which was declined, of course, in a variety of activities and outcomes. The share part is actually the one which influenced our project and our journey the most. First of all, day by day, while hiking, we collected all the cultural and technical information about the trails. So route description, cultural highlights, what to see, what to eat, where to sleep, while also documenting the trail and the territories visually through photos and videos. Between one expedition and the other, we edited all the material and we uploaded it on our website, vasentiero.org, where we created the first bilingual digital guide on the Sentiero Italia, which is a guide free for everyone to consult.
Throughout the years, we developed a fresh communication to spread the territories, the voice of the territories. So we used social media, we had great media partners, we publish articles, documentaries, and so on. And last but not least, the most original element of the project was that the expedition was participatory. So anyone could just join us and become an active part of the expedition, like in the Forrest Gump movie, if you remember. And by the end of the expedition, we had more than 3,000 people walking with us. And we also realized tons of public events with the local communities.
So thanks to the wide public success gained over time, we can say that the Sentiero expedition significantly helped in turning the spotlight on the Sentiero Italia. And after this first important experience, we would really like to experiment this format also abroad, pushing on slow travel as a tool to promote cultural heritage and natural heritage as well, and bring people really closer to it. Therefore, we look forward for new collaboration with other European realities in order to create new expeditions on trails and territories that are waiting to be discovered and understood, such as the Via di Narica in the Balkans or the Hexa Trek in France, or maybe you have other suggestions and we can talk about it later. Thank you.
Just the last thing. We think that in this particular historical moment, nothing is more important than the preservation of the natural environment and then the peace among the people. And hiking walking together is a powerful symbol of this, both because it incentivizes the local communities in protecting their natural heritage, and also because it's a tool of friendship. So if you have a personal issue with anyone, just let's go high with them and will be resolved. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I think also walking and hiking to cultural heritage monuments is also a very good contribution to sustainability and to fight against the climate change. So thank you for this example. We are coming now to our next panelist, and this is about a paradox. On the one side, we want to enjoy as much as possible cultural heritage, but on the other side, we also have to protect it. And how do we do this kind of preventive conservation? We want to enjoy culture in cultural heritage surroundings. And this is about how we can save and protect cultural heritage while we have mega events within cultural heritage environments. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Davide Poncini. I'm a professor of urban planning at Politecnico di Milano. I've been the leader of the HOMI research project between 2018 and 2021. HOMI stands for Heritage Opportunities and Threats within Mega Events in Europe. I am honored and humbled to be part of this event on behalf of the HOMI researchers. In this presentation, I will tell more about the HOMI project and its findings. I will introduce the Charter for Mega Events in heritage-rich cities that derived from this project. Our research project had three main objectives. First, to identify the main blind spots in our current understanding of the relationship between cultural heritage and mega events. Second, we seek to better understand how existing mega event policies deal with the threats and opportunities for heritage. Third, the research provided policy recommendations to different decision makers and actors regarding mega events in heritage-rich cities. HOMI is a complex research team. 4 research centers in Europe were involved in this project: Politecnico di Milano, University of Hull, Neapolis University Paphos, the International Culture Center. HOMI generated a complex network of researchers, institutions, and organizations in the fields of heritage, cultural policy, and mega events. This map shows the spread as well as the diversity of the partners involved. In 2018, we started with a literature review. In 2019, we deepened 5 case studies of past events in heritage-rich cities. Also, we observed 1 additional case, the Matera 2019 European Capital of Culture. As it unfolded, we carried out a series of interviews, focus groups, roundtables, as well as a living lab that took place in Matera in June 2019. In 2020, we held a number of workshops and validation sessions with international experts. In 2021, we finalized the Charter for Mega Events in Heritage-Rich Cities and disseminated it extensively. The 5 case studies I mentioned are Genova 2004 European Capital of Culture, Milan 2015 Expo, Wrocław 2016 European Capital of Culture, Hull 2017 UK City of Culture, Paphos 2017 European Capital of Culture, and finally, Matera 2019 European Capital of Culture. Based on this research, I will just highlight 3 publications among the many we did. 1 article in the Journal of Planning Literature by Zachary Jones and myself demonstrated the lack of research at the crossroad between heritage studies and mega event studies. 1 edited book presented the 5 case studies of our project. 1 special issue in the European Planning Studies Journal discussed the same projects. I'm the guest editor of these special issues, and many homies contributed to it with an article. We corroborated what we found with the international academic community, as well as with practitioners across Europe. These findings were used to build solid and evidence-based propositions and to generate a user-friendly document responding to the following questions. How can cities rich in culture host mega events without putting their own heritage at risk? The Charter gives concrete answers, 4 themes, 13 principles, and 51 recommendations. Concrete case studies are included in the snapshots section of the Charter that provides real-world policy references to show best practices as well as pitfalls. Here are the 4 themes: contest matters, planning legacies, inclusive governance, and finally, communities and identities. For each theme, we provided 3 to 4 recommendations. We received a number of endorsements from several local, national, and international institutions and organizations. We look forward to seeing the impact of its use. We hope to improve the planning, management, and legacy of mega events in heritage-rich cities. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you for giving us a little bit of relief if we are enjoying mega events and at the same time we are not threatening the cultural heritage. So thank you once again. Our next example is from intangible heritage. It is about how we can contribute to abandon the toxic fast fashion industry by using a needle. It is a fantastic example from Romania. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm going to read a message that I received from Her Majesty, Queen of the Bees, and Her Royal Highness, Queen of the Ants, and Queen of the Ladybugs. They do not have a voice, so I'm here to speak for them. They say, by the way, that the new capital of fashion will move more. Forget about Paris and Milan soon. The World Wide Web can be a powerful tool as well as a trap. It all started from weaving on primitive looms, which evolved into more complicated production tools as the information encoded into patterns got more and more complex. They inspired the analytical engine, and later on the computers and the internet, the infinite fabric that includes us all. The IT manages the huge quantity of information generated by the users themselves. The main challenge is to determine what is meaningful and relevant. Information is born from experience, and indeed people crave for new experiences. They would go far in order to buy them, and they need to share their experience to have witnesses and followers as a form of validation. The big fashion brands speculate this and use it as a marketing mechanism. But the excitement of buying a new product is a short-lived experience, generates addiction, and people buy more and more. But making your own object slow fashion way is a long story with challenges every day. People invest in it and they end up getting emotionally attached to their creation. The traditional Romanian blouse had all the potential to be an object of desire. Many women were seduced seeing ours, and they were intrigued and frustrated that ours were not for sale. While some abandoned the idea, more than 44,000 got engaged, ready to pay the new type of price in order to own one, learning and working for it. Teaching them was easy. Once you master the craft, you can demystify it for the others with video tutorials and reasons for each gesture. This is totally different from the past, when the know-how was kept secret. But that is the best method to lose a craft: competition and secrecy. Cooperation within a large community, transparency and sharing are vital. The treasure is safe when displayed into the public eye, because each one feels responsible for it and will act as a guardian. Learning is easy. You keep failing until you don't. The most difficult is to convince people to step out of their comfort zone. For this, you must communicate the benefits. She did it. And now she's inspiration for others. Once they become creators, most people want to share their story and they want to help other beginners, as this makes them feel even stronger. In order to be efficient in communication and efforts, it's only natural to search for a form of organization. And the hive was our model, suggested by our members, who often address to the group as busy bees or dear little bees. There are hierarchies, appreciation, and rewards. We organize exhibitions to show our results and set higher standards. How to dig deeper. The museums are now happy to get involved. They host our exhibitions as they bring many visitors. They also allow us to dig deeper into their collections as we have a different, more pragmatic approach. While the specialists collected these shirts 100 years ago or more, based on aesthetic criteria to look good in the exhibitions, we are focused on making them again, to wear them. Our future plans are to continue to grow, ready to adapt, ready to reinvent ourselves for each generation to come. Tradition has to serve people well and not the other way around, not like in Iran today. We want to keep learning, sharing, expand our interest, and connect with other cultures. In the process of creation, the author might start to feel closer to the idea of creation in general and to all creatures. We really like olive trees and kiwi trees and palm trees, but we really don't want to see them growing in Bucharest. This is our spring, and this is what we want for our granddaughters. And we really hope that using proper materials, getting more and more people involved, getting the legislation changed, we will do our duty and we will bring our contribution to keep our spring as we knew it from our grandparents. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this inspiring example. We can learn from cultural heritage, fight against climate change. We have to find the lost traditional knowledge. We must revive it, and then we can make a change. We are the change makers. We are the change agents for the future. We can learn from heritage to master the future. And in this, our last example is exactly about the same. It is about how to contribute to fight against the climate change by reusing, readapting, upgrading old buildings which are abandoned. And at the same time, we are fighting against climate change. While doing this, we also solve the housing crisis, because we have so many abandoned old houses which are not protected everywhere in Europe, in our villages, in our towns. And this is a very good example for the end, to show how we, with community engagement, we can contribute to fight against the housing and climate crisis. Please, the floor is yours. From Spain.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to first thank the European Heritage Award and Europa Nostra Awards and all the team of Europa Nostra. I think it's a beautiful time we are sharing. And surely I represent this initiative we are carrying out in the city of Cordoba. With 3 co-founders. You will see the other 2 co-founders in the video and here here with us. Yes. The call Pax Patios de la Cerquilla, it's a bottom-up strategy we are implementing in the city of Cordoba in the south of Spain as an innovative governance, as she was saying, in order to use a city that has 4 declarations of UNESCO as a laboratory of heritage laboratories to facilitate a heritage community in the sense of the Faro Convention of the Council of Europe. In this sense, we think that the laboratories is to think about Mediterranean city, not only Cordoba. In this sense, we think that the Mediterranean Sea is now the place where migrants, unfortunately, are dying every day. So we want to think about not only a city in the sense of inclusiveness, but also Europe that have to be inclusive and smart. But also we are thinking about the European, and especially the Mediterranean city, and what is happening in these issues, in this field that is many times a heritage field. And so we are thinking about the global economy that many times interfere with local culture, so with special phenomena like gentrification and touristification. And third, the patio, the courtyards are not only tangible but also intangible heritage, and especially we consider them like a green cell within the porosity of the Mediterranean city. So what we are doing, we founded in the 2018 the association Pax Patios de la Cerquilla. We are just, as I said before, working with the Faro Convention network, we're implementing and facilitating a heritage community. We are making the urban map of empty houses, especially the courtyards of plurifamiliar courtyards, so that have from their self, in their nature, the community sense. We organize local labs in order to promote citizen engagement and cooperative to recover and restore this community building. And we help them to look and find the best patio that give them the answer to their needs as community. We take part in research projects at European and international scale to look for innovation in these fields. And we are members, as I say, of the Faro Convention network of the Council of Europe in this concept of anti-gentrification and touristification processes. And we are in a process to be a startup, to be a startup of urban regeneration and social innovation in heritage context. That's the first patio that we recover in the sense that we want to be active, not only think, also do things. And in this sense, it's the first one. It's a beautiful history because it's was the first the image for the Declaration of UNESCO of Intangible Heritage in 1955, at the middle of the last century. Then we found was abandoned, and we found it in 2018. And at the end, we restore it. So now the situation is that it's still alive with the local community, with 6 families, and you can see it here in this small video. Pax Patios de la Cerquilla es una iniciativa de un grupo de personas del ámbito de la arquitectura y de la antropología que pretende poner en marcha acciones que faciliten la regeneración urbana a través de la innovación social en ámbito de alto valor patrimonial. Es una estrategia que usa Córdoba como laboratorio para repoblar zonas que padecen de despoblación o pues ser como una alternativa a aquel uso turístico que en muchos casos parecen la única forma para reactivar zonas de alto valor patrimonial.
Estamos en un momento en que el casco histórico y la ciudad se entiende como un recurso turístico y está amenazado por unos procesos económicos que no tienen nada que ver con lo que es el patrimonio material y sobre todo el patrimonio inmaterial de un casco como el de Córdoba.
Las cooperativas que desde Parques estamos promoviendo no solo son un mecanismo demostrado para evitar la especulación inmobiliaria, sino que también significan un modo de actualizar la convivencia que siempre ha existido en torno a los patios en Córdoba.
Somos una serie de familias que tenemos también unas necesidades, unos momentos vitales similares, podemos decir. Todos estamos en una generación, la mayoría tenemos críos pequeños, queremos un entorno bonito, vivible para ellos y también queremos aportar a esta ciudad algo que es suyo ya, que no es que venimos a inventarlo en este patio.
El modelo que defiende Parques es muy interesante porque retoma, no solamente conserva a nivel urbanístico, arquitectónico, la figura de la casa-patio, tan típica de Córdoba, sino que además defiende un poco también esa vida en común en torno al patio. Entonces está la vertiente arquitectónica de conservación del patrimonio y la vertiente pues, social y humana, ¿no? Que también es una cosa que tenemos que conservar.
Cuanto más rica sea la comunidad que atribuye valores y más aspectos se tengan en cuenta, mejor. Y ese es quizá el mérito que ha tenido Parques, que ha sabido darle a la comunidad el protagonismo en toda su heterogeneidad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for this inspiring example for when heritage serves the needs of people, it is enhanced and supported. And it also shows that it is about the interconnectedness. The different cultures, different people, they are all contributing to make the heritage. It's not only just one. It's always about the interconnectedness and the exchange when we learn from each other that brings us into a better future. So I think we are really at the end, and I have only one question for all of the panelists, and that is, what is or was your motivation to apply for the Europa Nostra Award? Who wants to be the first?
Thank you. I know exactly why I applied, because I wanted to show my appreciation and my thanks to all the ladies that trusted me. More than 44,000 ladies all over the world are making embroidery right now and are here with me on the stage through me. And I applied not for me, I applied for them because I wanted them to enjoy recognition and appreciation for all the effort and dedication they do every day for the past 10 years.
We applied because we had the chance to have a European project with the architects who came all over Europe, and also the who worked came also all over Europe, and that was a big chance to have all this knowledge together, and the inspiring type of this work was great.
And also the house was done by an Irish lady and a Romanian architect in France, so it has a sense with Europe Awards.
I would say because our dream is to hike the entire world, to go international, and to unify mountains all over the world with a super long track. So first step is Europe, obviously. That's something good.
Yeah, and hiking, like walking in general, is a very gentle but at the same time very strong way to feel the landscape in where we live and build also something new every step, to grow our awareness, to build genuine relations between us. And so in hiking and so rediscovering this slow way and the trails, I think there are a lot of ingredients that can inspire us in every field that we work in. And so maybe we should hike more and be less in rooms and bring discussions also in the real landscape and build something new altogether.
It's a very good question, I think. I think that for us it's important two things. First, that many times we always confuse culture with tourism in this moment, and this is very important to underline and to highlight that many times global economical and ecological aspects can be dangerous for our local and cultural scale. That's first of all. And in little cities like Córdoba, one with very good heritage and a future of very good touristical affairs, it's important to make something like a protection in advance our heritage. And second, because we are thinking about two aspects, both urban and architectonical. In the case of the courtyards of Córdoba, they are both tangible and intangible. So for us, it's important the coexistence of these two elements, and underlines in a European scale that if we don't care about intangible heritage people, we don't care about heritage itself. So it's important not only stones, but also people and human beings.
Yes, also I think we had two main motivations. First, this is where the HOMI project belongs. It's an EU-funded research project. It covers all quadrants of Europe and European cities, and of course found great resonance and joined the values of Europa Nostra, and being based on European Capital of Culture mega events. We studied many of them. We found the European Commission as our natural environment, and in a way we were attracted here because of that reason. At the same time, we wanted to extend and reach out to a larger audience and hope to have a legacy, a continuing legacy of the project. We are envisioning training project for public administration and high-level policymakers in the field of heritage on the one hand, as well as in the field of mega events such as the European Capital of Cultures and others.
You haven't applied. Costa Karas didn't apply for this award. He was not a person who would have done it. He didn't seek for such recognition. I think the best recognition for him was when yet another fight for endangered heritage in Greece or in Europe was won. And he got many of this type of recognition. But Elleniki Eteria was the organization that he founded 50 years ago together with his wife Lydia Karas. And they thought that during the 50th anniversary celebration of this organization, it would be good to nominate Costa for the European Heritage Award, Europa Nostra Award. He was still alive at the time when they nominated him. He was still fighting on many fronts. And I think that their motivation was that they wanted in this way to spread the power of example of an impressive European, great European, and also very generous person, because I forgot to mention everything he did as a volunteer. So it's also celebration of the power of volunteer engagement for cultural heritage. So I think they wanted this power example to be spread across Europe and across generations.
I think this information we could listen today, all these inspiring examples about the creativity of us, of human beings, I am now confident that we will master the future. And I wish that this kind of information would be disseminated much more broadly in the media, in the newspapers, everywhere. And I think here we have really a lack of dissemination. Mostly our newspapers and media do not report about positive examples, but we need this to be inspired and have the confidence that we will be able to meet the future. And here I would like to thank really Europa Nostra, but also the European Commission. I know culture does not belong originally to its, let's say, responsibilities because of the subsidiarity principle. But I think Europe, and together with Europa Nostra, the Commission, the Council, is doing so much for cultural heritage. And about this we can be really proud and spread this message that it is Europe. Together we can make a change.
Thank you so much for this last panel session. We still have 2 important moments, so please, you can take a seat in the audience. So first, we will have some closing remarks. And afterwards, another important moment for networking. So we have some Czech beer and some drinks for you. But first, let's give the floor to Catherine Magnan from DG EAC, European Commission, to wrap up and give us your thoughts.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and cultural heritage lovers, I'm sorry to be standing between you and your Czech beer, and I will try not to take too much of your time. It's a very, very great pleasure and honor for me to be closing this event, a very inspiring day, with a few words on behalf of the European Commission. Today, we have taken a wonderful trip throughout Europe. We went from the potato spirit of a distillery in Norway to a hospital on a Spanish island. We went from the House of Religious Freedom in Romania to a wonderful puppet theater in Sicily. Through the lens of electronic devices, we were inside a symphonic orchestra in Spain. And we also visited a convent in Portugal. But this trip today was also a trip through human passions and human emotions. It was very striking to hear and see how many families were involved in the stories we heard today. It was extremely touching, but also it tells a lot about the ties that cultural heritage binds and waves together, the family ties, the community ties, the country ties, and finally Europe is binded, weaved together like silk, like we saw today, silk as well. So all that was very powerful. I was also very struck by the fact that time was mentioned several times. Many of the prize winners said, it took us 30 years, it took us 8 years, it took us 12 years to get the funds, to form a community, to get this project going, whatever. But really, the determination is essential, but also the time in its length. And I found that quite philosophical in a time and age of social media where everything is instant. We were all tweeting today. We were all sending messages. We have to tell the world, LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever, Twitter, that we are here, that this event is happening. We have to communicate good news and events like that. And that's instant. But to get success and results in cultural heritage, how many times today did we hear that you need a very strong determination and to be able to get a project through the years, decades, and I found that extremely enriching. I also was struck by how many times today we heard about intangible heritage. That was of a special edition I found, right, in that respect also. We heard about the Jewish food, we heard about silk, we heard about wood teaching, the object of the Sami people. So all this wonderful intangible heritage, and that was very, very special. Now, as you know, I stand here in front of you because this award is a European Heritage Award, wonderfully embodied and managed by Europa Nostra. But together with Europa Nostra, we stand here for values, and it's not by chance that we're supporting cultural heritage. And for the EU, we promote cultural heritage in Europe for many reasons. Because it's important for the social cohesion of our cities and region. And we saw it today. We saw it with the riverbanks in Sofia. We saw it with the story of the small museum in a village in a remote part of Portugal, in Pousas. We also support cultural heritage as European Union because, well, it has an economic dimension and it makes our cities and regions attractive. Remember the story of Napoli and the catacomb? Well, now we heard that now they bring 33 million euros from nothing a few decades back. Or the gold mine in Poland at the border with Germany, which is now the largest employer in the region. Something that was very strong today also is how important cultural heritage is for mental health and well-being. And I mean, all the projects spoke about that, but certainly the one with the Sami people, it was extremely, extremely moving to hear, you know, the relationship they have with the objects that were returned to us. Vasentiero also is important, you know, working for the well-being, but really all the projects, you could see that through. Cultural heritage is important for innovation, and innovation is important for cultural heritage. I was very interested to hear about the Swap Museum and how they involve young people into, you know, rejuvenating their communication, their handling social media. That was extremely interesting. And finally, also, you know, I mean, we support a sustainable cultural heritage as the European Union. So it was very important to speak about the quality principles. Heritage must be protected, restored, but in a quality way. And that was beautifully demonstrated by all the projects we heard at the beginning of the day. And then we need also to really care about climate change, the impact it has on cultural heritage, but also the lessons that we can learn from cultural heritage to help us navigate the challenges posed by, you know, the heat and all the consequences of climate change. Finally, last but not least, cultural heritage creates meaning, and cultural heritage is important for our identity. That's true for Europe, that's true for the countries, that's true for people, and today this was embodied in the most forceful way by our winners from Ukraine, by Natalia Timoshenko with the restoration of the St. Andrew's Church, and by Lizia Voroniuk with the wonderful Vyshyvanka, and the day she created to celebrate this symbol of Ukrainian culture. Lesia, you also said something extremely powerful that we discussed at lunchtime. You said cultural heritage protects us. It is our spiritual shield. And really, you know, what else? What more can we say? So I really want to finish on these extremely powerful, wonderful words you said. So I finish on that, but I also finish with thanks. Enormous thanks to Europa Nostra. I mean, Sneska, you've made a jewel of this prize. Every year is better, and it's really wonderful. Thanks also to Elena, because Elena and all the colleagues, because I know how much work goes into this kind of event. Everything is, you know, goes seamlessly, but only thanks to a tremendous work. And then also, I would like to thank our Czech host, the city of Prague, the director of the museum, who had the wonderful generosity of hosting us today, Europa Nostra Prague, and the Czech presidency, with whom we are at the moment preparing the new the new plan for culture, the priorities on which we are going to work together as EU for culture, and it's a pleasure to work with them in Brussels. Slava Ukraini! Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Merci Catherine, puisque si je ne vous remercie pas, personne ne le fera. Merci pour votre action pour la culture au sein de la Commission et merci de votre soutien constant et sans faille pour Europa Nostra. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Europa Nostra, we are arriving at the end of this Excellence Day. I am sure that you agree with me that we spend not only an Excellence Day, but an excellent day. Personally, I am very proud to be a member of Europa Nostra. I am honored to represent the jury on this occasion, and I would like to say very shortly, don't be afraid, to say a few concluding remarks on such a fantastic and inspiring day. Where to start? Let me first begin thanking the other members of the selection committees and the jury. That's very important. Many of them present in this room today. They are, I am sure, an impressive group of experts in the field of cultural heritage who share their valuable insight on a voluntary basis. Everybody is volunteer. The interdisciplinary and diverse nature of the committees and the jury ensures that each entry is evaluated in a balanced way. Throughout the entire selection process, they have demonstrated professionalism, commitment, and a lot of enthusiasm. The presentations we saw today really represent the excellent quality of cultural heritage project in Europe today, and I am personally therefore satisfied and convinced of our choices. If you agree, I would like to express a special thanks for the exceptional teams of Europa Nostra. I would invite Elena and you and perhaps come with us, come. Yes.
We would like also to invite the other staff members because, we are dealing with the awards, but we could have not done without the others. So Beppe, Barbara, whoever is in the room, please come for the...
Some are working. Yeah. Some are working. Where is Manon?
They are working, but yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And Camilla, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, okay, come. And Manon. Really, they are building an exceptional team. I would assure that with our job the very long and difficult process to reach this goal of today, with this work over 6 months? Yeah, 6 months. 6 months of work. It is absolutely exceptional, with professionalism, sympathy, and friendship. Thank you very much. I would like perhaps say a specific word to Audrey, because I think that this booklet, really, keep this on your desk. It is an exceptional work, and I feel that the choice of the picture, it's really, who did the choice? I don't know who did the choice, but it is an exceptional choice, because I think that this picture is absolutely beautiful. And if I have to write a baseline on this picture, I would write perhaps cultural heritage leads to peace. That's beautiful. Thank you very much. Thanks also to Europa Nostra for the honor for me of chairing the Awards Jury 2022, and for having trusted me with this important role. But the biggest thanks and congratulations go, of course, to the winners, the 31 winners of this year. I truly hope that power of the example of this project will inspire many of you, give you new ideas, and that they are a source for future reflections and initiatives. So, friends, go ahead of the way of cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bertrand, for these kind words. Thank you, Catherine, for the powerful wrap-up and the impressive 5 minutes journey through the 31 winners of this year. So let's enjoy some networking, and tomorrow we'll celebrate all the winners at the State Opera with all of you and many others. Thank you.